Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Let's wait for some few people, and then we'll take it from here. So today we want to talk about decision making, and my friends will join us later. My friends will. If as a matter of fact, the Saturdays we will try to speak English, but hope as well no problem. I'm out for the other time. Somebody was not happy that I was speaking English. Please understand, bear with us. We are blending the English and the Twi as well. And if you're not good with English, no problem. One table of your videos will be you know. And when I start the lecture on Saturdays, especially the live one, will be in English, and later, I mean, you can join in and speak maybe Twi if you speak any other language, will struggle. So thank you for taking your time to join us. And every now and then, when I go through town, I'm amazed with a lot of young men, gentlemen who will meet you and say, I watch you, I'm focused on my business. You have changed my finances. You have made me to believe in Ghana again and be proud as African. And those who meet us and say these things, they give us the vim. They give us the power to say that let's keep on doing what we do. And so thank you very much. Today I actually met somebody. I went for funeral. Sasu, I met him. He just, Mr. Darko, said yes. He said, thank you. Another, I visited my friend, and his friend had come to meet him. And he also said, oh, I listen to you, I know the Ahinkai. And I think these things are good. Sometimes you may think that people are not picking, but it's never so at all. It's never so. Just as we listen to some of our great teachers, and we soak all the things that they taught us, and we have tried to live with the things that they taught us, and they have shaped our mind. They have actually made life less stressful. We are not angry with life, and we are not paranoid. We are not negative. We think that we are in charge of our lives, and no matter the problems that come, we think that we can face life and be more successful. Day in, day out, we have become more hopeful. We have become more resilient. We are persistent. It's because we read books. It's because we watch people teach us these things. We have become proud as Africans, and I think that all of us, when we hear these things, human beings are product of what they hear, what they've been taught, and there's nothing that much complicated about life, So today I want to share with you decision, the power of decision, or the power of decisions. Many people, they think that they have no power. They think that life will just happen one day, But I believe in the ability to decide. And I actually believe that wherever you are today, much of it is because of the decisions that were made. Either you made those decisions or somebody else made those decisions for you. But you are where you are today because of decisions that you made. And life is about decisions. I think that life, all of us are building life, and based on how you build it, it's the product that you have. I so believe in that we are given the tools, the materials, to build our life. And depending on the skill sets that we have, the exposure, the work, how diligent we are with building this life is what we are going to have. We are all producing something. And so life, you're building it. And every decision that you make counts. So if you understand life from this position, then you will not be afraid of tomorrow. Then you will not be worried about what will happen. Because much of it, if you know that you are here because of the decisions that you made, then you can also change the future by the same decisions that you make. And so we are talking about the power of decisions, choices that we make in life. And so long as you understand that, then if you're not happy today, you will not be so much disturbed, because then you had the power to choose this or not to choose that. So life is about decisions. Life is about decisions. Wherever you are staying, you chose to live there. Your friends, you chose to have those friends. Maybe your parents, I'm not sure. But a lot of the things, the school that you went to was chosen for you. Your health, you choose to a large extent your health. The food you eat, what you drink, whether you rest or you don't rest. As a matter of fact, to a very large extent, we even choose our days on it. So some people will say that, you don't have any, when time was on, our time was so, you don't have any power. Then you if you don't believe in that, then tomorrow go and stand at the, in front of the highway or in the middle of the highway and see if you'll be alive, or just put the knife through your stomach. You see that decisions make life, or decisions can bring death. So human beings, those who understand life as their decisions are responsible for wherever they are now, they have power. Those who think that they have no power to decide wherever they are, they are the one waiting for somebody else to help them. So God gave us that will to decide. You either choose life or you choose death. Every day you're choosing. So when you get to that destination, you should not be shocked. If you have no money today, you should not be shocked at all. That, why is it that I don't have money? It's not the devil. You have power to choose. And I believe in that. Even if it's not absolute, I believe that 99% of the time, whatever that you're going through today is because somebody chose for you. You decided to travel to wherever you are now. You decided to go to Libya. You decided to go to Dubai. You decided to go to America. You decided to go to England. You decided to stay in Morocco or, Kenya, South Africa, wherever that you are now. You chose to go there, or somebody chose for you. But whatever it is a decision that was made for you. So if you're happy, it's a decision you made. And if you're sad, it's a decision you made. And I don't believe that you should spend life being unhappy. You should decide to choose happiness and fulfillment. You should choose hope. You should choose joy. You shouldn't choose fear. You should not choose panic. You should not choose things that that I don't have any power. No. So your decisions, they make you. This thing that I'm wearing, this cloth, I chose it today. I decided to say, I want to wear this today. So I'm here. I wore this. So there's not somebody who wore that for me. And if you believe that you have the power to choose, that disposition is what makes you successful. That state to say that I have power to build the life that I foresee for my life. You have power to create that. As a matter of fact, if you decide to say that I want to become successful with my life, I want to become successful with my life. I want to build business. I want to become rich. You decide that. In the times that we live in, you have that power to say, I don't want to stay poor all my life. You could be in any village. As a matter of fact, some people watch our videos live in very remote areas in Ghana. That is the kind of time that we live in. When 20 years, 30 years ago, if you wanted to make call, I remember you go to the post office where the phone booth was, and you go and stand there and wait for some, especially one touch. Sometimes you dial 1 year, 1 hour, and the call will not go through. That time is no more. The time you live in now, you can decide, I want to educate myself. You have access to almost every knowledge on it now. You have access to business wherever you are. As a matter of fact, a lot of people think old. They're thinking that I don't have any money to start my business. I don't have any connection. I don't know anybody. In this world now, all those things are challenged. That I need money to start a business. That I cannot be successful with my life. That because I didn't go to school, I cannot be rich. Because I didn't go to school. As a matter of fact, somebody is saying that I need job to become rich. No, a lot of people have money now and they have no job. So these are decisions that we all have to make. So life is about the choices that you're making. So if you look at your pocket and there's nothing there, it means that you chose not to have money. Because you can start with nothing from wherever level you are. The challenge is, are you ready to accept that? Do you want to choose? Do you decide to say that, yes, I want to try this? Or you want to say, oh, forget about them. We still want to. So I just say that, Godson, Nyako, I'm not Dr. I'm Obeng. I love you so much, but I want to know if you have not traveled outside Ghana. Most people, big men, don't you still believe in this ideology? Don't challenge yourself like that. How about if you don't travel outside Ghana? Are you saying that everybody who has traveled has become successful? If that holds true, then everybody who is in Ghana who has not traveled should be a failure. Don't believe in that. Those are the things that we say, that life is decision. So, Godson, if you decide that you want to become successful, whether you travel or you don't travel, you'll be successful. Depends on what you know and how you acquire the right knowledge to go after your dream. Some people are living in America, but the information that they watch, the things that they hear, is like they're living in they're living in 1948. So it's not about you traveling. It's about you having the right information, having the right data, and making the right decisions about life. So it's not about travel. If you and your friends sit down every day and be debating about visa and everybody in Ghana travel, that's why they have become successful, that argument does not hold anymore. There are a lot of people who live abroad now who watch us, okay, and we live in Ghana. The times have improved. So, Godson, I hope you understand that. So decisions that you make, they bring life or they bring death. So every day, think of the decisions that you make. You have that power. Some of those decisions can bring immediate results, and some of them can take years before you start to see the results. But whatever it is, we make our lives. You are making that life that you have, and you are building that life one block at a time. So if you have the right data, then you will build a good thing. If you don't have the right data, then you go and fall and believe in some of these lies that if you don't travel, you don't become successful. If you don't have this, you don't become. If you don't have a connection with some big man, you will not be rich. If nobody is rich in your family, those things are no more. Young boys. I just said that today. I met almost every day. I meet somebody who said that I watch you, and they smile. Especially those who are doing business. It's amazing. Young guys. You may think that they all want to travel. It may not be so. You may think that they all don't believe that they can be successful here. It's not so. Almost every time you get somebody send you a message, and when you are in traffic, they smile, they wave at you. Somebody will just come out of the other day. I was at small. This guy was in a taxi. He's a taxi driver. He just came. Say, let's take a picture. He shook my hand and said, I watch you every day. I'm a taxi driver. I take care of as a matter of my wife is in the university or something like that. My children, I take care of them. I watch you. I'm managing my finances well, and I'm very relaxed. It's information. It's data. All of us can build our life from wherever we are if we start to make the right decisions. And so if the decisions that you're making, if your life is frustrating, it means the decisions that you're making are not right decisions. That's why you are in frustration. The moment you decide to go for the right knowledge to make right decisions with your life will improve. So you are the product of your decisions. You are the product of the decisions that you have made over the last 30, 40, 50 years, if you are 50. So your decisions are informed by your training, by your upbringing, by your exposure, by the things that you know, the things that you've been watching. Every decision that you're making, those things fuel them. So with some of the things that you could be so much convinced of them, and they could pattern your life. But how about if they are wrong? So life in many occasions, whether it's failure or success, they are product of decisions. They are product of decisions. I know that we are highly religious people, and sometimes people will make us feel like we have no power. We even sing songs in those, we have no power of our own. When you go to the fuel station, you have power to pay. If you don't pay them, they will not give you the fuel. You say, I don't have power. No, you have power. And if anybody wants to destroy your life, they will take that power from you. That power to create that life that you have, your decisions. So whoever controls your decisions is controlling your life. And nobody should have that power to make critical decisions over your life. Some people, even who they marry, somebody will choose for them. Where they will stay, somebody will choose for them. The career, somebody will choose for them. Even if they want to travel, they have to go and look for permission from somebody. So they are not responsible for anything in their lives. They're not responsible. And if you're not responsible, if you don't know that the power, if there is anything that you don't want to give to anybody, it's your power to make that decision that are critical. Decisions that are critical in your life. Decisions. So what you do with your life is a choice. You are 20 years today. Can you tell us what your life is about? Who are you? What do you want to be remembered of after you have gone? What is your life about? Are you a politician? Are you an entrepreneur? Are you a doctor? Are you a mechanic? Are you a mason? What is it that you have decided to say, this is what I want to commit my life to do, at least for the next 5, 10, 20 years? What is your strength? Are you aware of the talent that you have, the gifts that you have? Do you know the things that you do so well? Do you know? Have you studied your life? You say, this is my strength. This is my weakness. Have you studied that? This is what I'm passionate about. This is what I can do all my life. If I do nothing at all, this is this one. Whether I'm hungry or I'm sleepy, I'm sleeping. When you meet people, what are the things that you so much obsessed with? What are the things that you so much talk about? Have you made that decision to say that this is what my life is about? It's one of the most important decisions that you have to make. That my life, Kwabena Obeng Darko, this is what my life is about. These are my talent. And so, because life, maybe you live 80 years, maybe 100 years, or maybe 30 years. But what is your life about? Are you a footballer? Are you a musician? Are you an author? What is it? Have you made that decision, or are you still not sure? What are the things that you so much passionate? Especially if I get a bit angry when I see where people are a bit shallow in terms of awareness of the environment. I get a bit pain when I see Africans who say that everybody else is intelligent, but Africans are ignorant. I get pain. Or Africans are not human beings, or Africans are foolish, or Africans are born bad, or things like that. I get pain. I get disturbed when I see people who say that they have nothing, and yet they have a business that with little information they can put together and reorganize their lives. I get pain when I see somebody frustrated with their wife, with their children. When I get pain when I see a teacher who thinks that he's hopeless, and yet he's teaching, they pay him, but he's always complaining about his small salary. I will get pain when I see somebody who so look hopeless and thinks that he has nothing. That is my burden. That is my burden. So maybe I have that kind of talent. Maybe I have that kind of destiny. So my decision is, maybe if I study, I can help somebody to make right decisions with their lives. So you must decide, this is what my life is about. You must decide. That is one critical decision. You must decide what your life is about. Decide that and find out. Because really, the moment you're convinced that this is what my life is about, then that is it. Then if somebody is calling for, if let's say I'm a builder, I build, construction. If somebody is looking for somebody to do surgery, they will not get me. Why? Because my life is not about surgery. I don't cut human beings, I build. So the moment you decide what your life is about, you are able to channel all your energy and all your resources into that. And that is where you become great. The moment you focus on something, all your energy, all your effort is geared towards that. And that is why people become successful. So if you're 20, 30, 40, and you have not decided, you don't know, you want to become everything, then you struggle. You have to decide, this is what my life is about. And I'm going to learn everything about this thing. And I'm going to work it. And I'm going to look for a lot of information. I'm going to look for a lot of information. So when they are teaching football, I'm not a professional footballer, so I don't pay attention to that. When they are talking about all the formation and 3-4, all those, I don't pay attention to that because I'm not a coach. I'm not looking at to own a team, So the things that you decide to your life, this is what my life is about, is most critical. So decide what your life is about. As a young man, decide, this is what my life is about. So today, if you just join us, you are talking about decision, the power of decisions, and I say that your life reflects the decisions that you have made, or the decisions that have been made for you. So if you're not happy with your life today, it means that you made those decisions. And that's why you cannot pick gun and go and kill somebody. Say that my grandmother is responsible for all this. That's a lie. Your decisions inform this, And the good thing is that if you're not happy with where you are, because the decisions that you make you, then you can start to remake your life wherever that you want to go. You can start to remake your life wherever. So you decide what your life is about. The other thing is you decide where you want to live, where you want to stay, where you want to live. And where you live has significant impact on what you become in life. Wherever that you have decided to live, whether you are living in Ghana or Togo or Jamaica, whether you're living in San Gregor or Kumasi, or you're living at Medina, or you're living at Mina, wherever that you decide to live. That is what your life is about. It has great impact. Your environment has great impact on your life. So you decide, my life is about this, and this is where I have to live. That's why you have to take decision as to what your life is about. And then that will inform where you have to live. If I believe that I have to build business in Ghana, then I cannot live any other place but Ghana. If I believe that my greatness is in Jamaica, then I can't live in Ghana. I have to be in Jamaica. So that should be informed, and that is linked to your talent. That is linked to your purpose. That is linked to the gifts that you have, your exposure. So you decide what your life is about, and you decide where you want to live. Your decisions will make who you become. Even the school that you want to go, or the school that you went to, has affected what you have become. Because in that school, you made friends. And many of us, our friends have patterned our life. Some of you, the job that you are doing now is because your friend introduced you to somebody. That's where maybe even the woman that you married is because of where you went to school, or where you went to church, or who connected you somewhere. Life, actually, we are building it. So if you take left, it will take you to some destination. If you take right, it will take you to another destination. It's a choice. It's decisions. Most people don't think that their choices are making them. They think that one day, everything will change. And many people believe that. They say that what time and what time. So maybe there's something like that. But much of it is decisions. For instance, our economy is decisions that were made. If your finances are good, it's the decisions that you made. If the company is struggling, it's the decisions. Those who lead the company, how they decided on the resources of the company. Those who lead the country, how they decide on the resources, the decisions that they were made for us. Those decisions are responsible as to where we are now. And the thing about it is that it's heavy, because then it puts responsibility on you. And most people don't want responsibility. That's something I've found out about life. Most people don't want things that will make them responsible for the results that they see in their lives. Most people would want somebody else to be responsible, and then they will come and enjoy the benefit, or the things that they want us to do the work so that they will come and enjoy the booty. Life is about decisions. Life is about the choices that you're making. You know. So, Kwabena Mr. Obeng, you are right. Most people believe in that traveling outside Ghana will make them successful, but it's not. I am outside Ghana, but I owe some friends in Ghana, you see. Boga, so you have to come and pay them. Do the honorable thing. Come and pay them. So, even who you choose to marry, the girlfriend that you took, it was a decision. You know, even if it ended in divorce, you cannot blame everybody because you chose to go with that person. If they beat you, it's your decision. You could have gone for Mr. A or B or Sister Q, and you decided to go for this one. So the choices that you make. If you're in heaven today, it's the choices that you made. If you're in hell, it's also the choices. So your choices are key to what you become. To what you become. Your financial state, the status of your finances today, it has a lot to do with the decisions that you made on your finances. You know, so young men, young women, life, never forget that you're choosing every day. And you should not be shocked when you're 60 and you're successful. Or when you're 60 and you're unsuccessful. You should not be shocked. When you're 70 and you're struggling with your finances, you should not be shocked. Because it's about decisions. Life is about choices. You know, so constantly, every day, we are choosing. Every day. Today, you have made some choices. You decided to go for that funeral. You decided to go for that naming ceremony, that wedding. You decided to lie to that client. You decided to take that money, even though it's not yours. You decided to lie. And it's your power to decide to say, no, I'm going to say it as it is. I'm going to be truthful. It's a decision. And the moment you make decisions on right things in life, you will start to see success. You decide to say, I'm going to focus on most important things in life. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to work with good people. I'm going to work extra. I'm going to pay attention. I'm going to produce something. You know, I'm going to produce something. Life benefits those who produce, not those who are chopping what has been produced. What are you producing with your life? What is it? What solutions do you bring? And how many people are willing to pay you for that solution? That which you have created, how many people are willing to pay you for that? That is going to be responsible for what you become in life. You know, so life is about choices and decisions. Let nobody lie to you. Major part of life is about decisions and choices. That's why the rich man is not sharing his money with you. And that's why the poor man is not sharing his poverty with you. Why? Because all of them, they chose. And even if somebody chose for you, you have the power to choose to change that going forward. You know, somebody can put you in a situation, but how you respond to that situation is up to you. You know, it's up to you. So life is like that. So accept the responsibility to say that I am responsible for my life and I'm going to make the right decisions and I'm going to build this life. It's a choice. You decide to say, I want to become successful. I want to build business. I want to build this career. I want to be a good man. I want to be truthful. I want to have money. I want to have good health. I want to have good relationships. You know, I want to become a Christian. I want to become this. You decide. If you want to become an armed robber, you decide. At some point, you decide. You know, and so you can decide to say, I'm not going to do that again. You decide to take that bribe. You can say that I'm not going to take that bribe again. You decide to pay that bribe. You can say that I'm not going to pay again. Let them do whatever they want to do. I'm not paying. It's a choice. And you decide to be happy or to be sad. Is it? Some people are always sad. They worry about everything. And most of the things that you worry about, they don't even come through. You decide to say, I'm happy and I'm going to be happy. Even if everything is crashing, I'm going to be happy. I'm going to be strong. I'm not going to be feeble. It's a choice. You know, and you decide if somebody is teaching you wrong things and they are lying to you. Most people, you see, the reason somebody can trick you is because you don't have the truth. The moment you have the truth, nobody else will trick you, because when they give you fake money and you know fake money, when you know original money, yeah, maybe 100 Ghana cedis, if you know this is original, when they give you a fake one, you can easily see it. The reason most people are deceived is because they don't know the truth. The moment you have the truth, nobody can trick you. The reason the scammer was able to trick you and take your money is because he was able to convince you that he was trustworthy. The reason people can dupe you and trick you and waste your time and your life is because you trusted them and you thought that they were being truthful. And it's because you thought that what you had was the truth. So life is about you finding what is the truth and practicing it. The moment you have what is the truth, then nobody else can trick you with the fake. Nobody else. They can only trick you because they believe that you don't have, common sense. The moment you have it, they can't deceive you anymore. They can't deceive you anymore. So life is constantly about your choices and your decisions. And you can always choose to have strength and hope. You can choose to be positive about life. When you are in a community of people who are always negative, you can choose to say, no, I'm not going to stay with this group. So my name is Kwabena Darko. Today I'm talking about decisions and choices. And I'm saying that you are responsible for wherever you are with your life, in as much as it's painful. You may even say that, oh, but the man did that to me. Yes, it's true. But how you stay at that state, you have to fight back. You have to fight back. You have to fight back. And so it's your decision to say that I'm not going to stay poor. I'm going to go, I'm going back to school. I want to go to university. So my results were not good. I want to write them again. And I want to write them as many times as I can until I pass. That's a decision. That is a decision that you make to improve your life. I'm going to build that business. Even if I've failed 1,000 times, I'm going to build that until I become successful. Until I become successful. Until I become successful. So now you have access to a lot of data, as I said. So you get ahead, and you get ahead, it looks like you what to share. So yeah, Chris, thank you. So life is about decisions. Life is about choices. And so if you're choosing right, your life will be right. If you're choosing wrongly, your life will be wrong. So you are responsible forever that you are. And our continent, we have to fight. We have to fight to make sure that we build the right things for our generation. We build the right things, the right institutions, shape the minds of our people to think rightly and to help our people to say that this is honesty, this is dishonesty. So you don't join the government agency and become rich. It's a decision that we have to make. Every decision you make has consequences. Therefore, we need to make informed decisions. Whether we make decisions or not, there are consequences. Absolutely, Kwabena, absolutely. The decisions that we make, even if you refuse not to make the right decisions, somebody else will make for you. You are changing lives in Africa. So God bless you. So God bless you too. So you decide what you want to watch. You decide what you want to watch. Most of us have data, but we want to watch comedy, concert. If you do that, your life, you're wasting it. Most of our contracts were secured through recommendations of mate at, you see, my friend is saying that. Say, yeah, mate, because they have always known me to be a good person. Yes, yeah, Emmanuel Amposa, that's true. So the decision is that wherever you are now, your friends, the people you have, and that's why one of the best things to do if you want to become successful in whatever you do is connect with the right people. Connect. The treasure is in people. Intentionally connect with the people that can take you to where you want to go. So if you're always from one problem to another, it means that you are connecting with wrong people all the time. If you are struggling with say smoking or appetite or alcohol, it's because all your friends are drinking. That is the problem. If you join the other ones who are not doing that, you'll be fine. I'm sure you struggle, but you'll be fine. If your friends are thieves, with time you may try to steal. If your friends are good people, you eventually so connect with the right people. If your friends are rich, by all means, you will start to hear things about wealth. If your friends are poor and negative and frustrated and have given up, you see that your language will start to change. So it's a decision. Start to make the decision to connect with right people. It's a decision to even watch us now. You could just go and watch something else and be, smiling and have fun, and then nothing will change in your life. And it's also your decision to get information that will build you for the future. That will build you for the life that you want. So life, it's not so magic. It's not magic. It's just about decisions and choices. So if it's not working today, look at why it's not working, and then do opposite. It will start to work. If you don't have money, just look at why you don't have money and start to do the opposite. You have money. If you're always tricking people, it will get to a point nobody will believe you. That's something about people. You give them money, they trick you. They go to borrow, they don't pay. They always are intelligent. It gets to a point nobody will trust you again. And life is said that every now and then something will hit you. But if you are trustworthy, then people will be there to sacrifice their lives for you, give you their finances, because they know that you pay back. But if you're like that, today you trick this friend, you don't pay. Tomorrow you trick that one, you don't pay. You're not intelligent. You are just cutting yourself from wealth. So foundation of wealth is actually you being truthful. Then everybody is not scared to give you something. Because they know that you are a man of your word. And you have to have that. Decide that I'm a man of my word. I say it as it is. And if I take your money, I'm going to pay it back. A lot of people take money, and when it's due for them to pay, they come out with all kind of stories. If you do that, today you may get that person, tomorrow that person will be wise, and you will not get them again. And it means that you struggle. One of the reasons businesses struggle is because the people behind the business are not truthful. If you're truthful and you're going through tough times, don't worry, you'll bounce back. If you're honest, especially with money and with people, and you treat people well, and you owe people and you pay, and you give your word to that and you follow through, no matter the difficulties, you bounce back. Because then the foundation is right. The foundation is strong. So the wrong wind will blow, but it won't take you out. Those that wrong winds will blow and they are gone is because their foundation was not solid. And the best form of foundation is you being a man or a woman of your word. If you say yes, it's yes. If it's no, it's no. And if there is any problem in between, you go back to give them update. So my name is Kwabena Darko. Today we are talking about the power of decision. So if you just join us, we are saying that you decide wherever your life is today. It's a decision that was made. Either you made it or somebody else made it for you. Wherever our economy is now, it's decision. Some people made decision. They cannot run away from it. They made a decision, right or wrong. And we are where we are. And so they can change it if they start to make right decisions. If the company is struggling, sit back and say, okay, what is it not working? Is the customer service okay? Am I being truthful with my customers and with my suppliers? Am I treating my workers well? Are my workers being truthful to me? Am I wasting a lot of money? Am I being aggressive with the sales? Am I going extra mile? Those things, sit back and check and see. If you're doing them, no matter the trouble, you not go down. You actually go forward. You go forward, because that is eternal principle. But if you're like that, if you're shaky, if you're always tricking, you think you're smart, you're not smart. You're digging your own hole and you're looking. I saw a picture where a mouse was, there was a bottle that they have put some feed in that bottle, food, and the mouse was on top eating. And the more the mouse was eating, the more the mouse was going down the bottle. So when the food finished, the mouse was locked in that bottle. A lot of people are like that. When they are tricking people, when you're lying, you're making decision to sink yourself. You get to the bottom, you can't come back. And you're trapped. So wherever you are now, you can make decisions, and make decisions to be responsible of your life. take that decision that I am responsible. I make decision to be successful in life. I make decision to build the right relationship. I make decision to control my money, to control my time. I make decision to go for knowledge, to read books, to search, to watch videos. I make decision to be positive as an individual. And I'm also saying that you can be successful wherever that you choose to be. Wherever you have decided to be, where your talent and your skill, your passion is needed, you can always create value there. And the moment you create value, people will look for you. There are people that I will search because they have something that I'm looking for. There are people that I listen to or read their books. I call them because they have something that I'm looking for. If you have value, the world will look for you. So spend time to create value. Add value to yourself. That is how you become successful. Add value to yourself. Decide, I want to become a great person. I want to become somebody of higher standard. When you even dress, you want to see value. Don't dress like you are. Dress so that people see you and say, no, you. So that is about life. Life is decisions. Life is choice. Even if it's not 100%, a higher percentage is so high that it will decide. If you go to the lab and you have 99%, you have it. And many people must know that they are responsible in the decisions that they have made. They are, So sometimes it's so tough because sometimes the decisions that you made, the consequences may not be immediate. So when it happens like that, then you hear all the magicians, they will come and tell you all kind of things. And God told me this, and God told me this. Not God. A lot of it is you. It's you. If you have the principles and you follow the principles, you can be sure of the destination. Life is not about luck. Things happen, yes, but life is not about luck. Life is not even about miracles. Life is about principles, laws. They apply. So if you find those truths and you practice them, you can be so certain that you'll be successful. It's like you're building a business. If you don't give up and you continue to learn, there's no way you will not win. No matter the troubles, no matter how many people dupe you, no matter how many people lie to you, no matter how much money you waste, or the mistakes, they can come together. They will not crush you because you're learning. And that's why when you meet somebody who has those things, I can tell you with certainty that that person will succeed. Now, the other person is also tricking. He can build a big business, no problem. But if he's not truthful, if he doesn't treat people well, if he's wasteful, a time will come, everything will crash on them. And they may not be able to get back because they did not build with truth. They did not build with character. The difference between the two is that one is building with character. So when he crashes, he can fight back with strength. The other one who is trying to do that, when he crashes, he has no strength to beat back. And that's why the guy who was stealing at the workplace, when he was caught, and they sold everything he had, he didn't have anything. That's why the other official who was taking bribe and built all those things, and he went on retirement, nothing could come in. Why? Because he was dishonest. So life is about decisions. Life is about decisions. So decide tomorrow, today, to build that life. Decide to become successful. Decide to have money. Decide to have health. Decide to fight for your country. Decide to be proud as an African. Don't decide to say good things about Africans and about yourself. Decide to say good things about Nigeria, about Kenya, about the continent. Decide to say good things about our leaders. Decide to say good things about your parents, your brothers, your sisters. Even if you don't agree with them, they sacrifice something for you. Go and look for somebody who was there for you when nobody was there for you. Look for somebody who opened his door and said, come in. Today, if you're not happy with that person, always remember that time that person was there for you. A lot of people will just close everything and shut down everything because of one error that somebody who saved them may have committed. No, you decide to be forgiving. You decide to have good heart towards people, especially people who have helped you. Some people have worked in some companies. Maybe you completed school, that was the first job, even if they didn't pay you well. And you never look back to that manager who was good to you. You don't even call them. You are always looking for the next opportunity. You never look back to give to anybody. That you will not be a happy person. If you live a selfish life, you are not happy. So some people, you can see that this guy is not happy because it's always about himself. He's always talking about himself. He never promotes anybody. No, life is not like that. Look back. Look back. Somebody may have helped you. Somebody may have sacrificed everything for you. And because they slept in that work, be grateful. The other day I went somewhere and I was buying something from a young man. He was talking about the place that he was working, and it's so common with us. And yes, decide to be a person of value. There is something about that workplace that you can say, this one thing is good here. So if an outsider is asking for something or asking you about the company, talk about that one. Don't tell me that you're being sincere. You're not being sincere. You're being negative. You're being ungrateful. If the work is so bad, why are you there? Why are you there? If that place is so evil, why are you there? Everybody there is dishonest except you. So why are you there? So when people ask you about that family, about that business, about that country, about that job, decide to say good things about that place. It shows your quality. It shows that you're a person of value. And that is how you become successful. And that is how you become great. That's how you become successful. And that is how you become great. So my name is Obeng Darko. Today we are talking about decisions, the power of decisions. So you decide. Tomorrow, don't meet me and say me it's very hard. Even the words you use. Why are you expecting life to be easy when you're always saying it is hard? Every time somebody will ask you, say, as if life is easy somewhere. There's no place on earth that life is easy. You have to fight. Life is for the strong. So you have to be courageous. You have to be confident. And you have to decide to fight. That's why some people give up. That's why some people commit suicide. Because they think that life should be easy for them. So life is as easy as you become more powerful. When you decide to become strong, life then will be easy. But life is not easy for the weak. Life is only easy for the strong one because then he has developed himself. So the same volume of distraction is coming. The same volume of problem is coming. But because he has built his muscles, he's not afraid. He's not afraid. So that is it, Andy. Yeah, decide not to give up. Are you expecting that life will be easy for you? Even those with money, they still have to live life. And life is a full-time job. Somebody said that life is a full-time job. Some people have money, but even when they get up, they still have. So that's why you must have hope. Because if you are hopeless, then when you get up, you may have a lot of things, but you still don't even feel to get up and live. So it's all in your decisions and your choices. It's in your decisions and your choices. So if you look at it and it's not good, then you choose differently. If the boyfriend says he doesn't want you, you chose to accept him. You can say, oh, I'll get another one. Then try to cry for 5 days, 1 week. Life is a problem. And we are here to solve it. Yes, Joe. Yeah, life is a problem. And that's why we have to raise a generation of Africans who understand life, who are hopeful, who are ready to learn, who are ready to equip themselves, who are ready to go through the process. It's a process. Life is a process. Who are ready to go through the process every day, and who are ready to equip themselves. A lot of people have shallow understanding of life. They think that one day something just will happen and all their lives will change. All their finances will change. They will be healthy. Life is not like that. Life is a process. Life is a process, one stage at a time. It's no boom. No. It's not. Because you must have the required strength to carry the load. So life is about decisions. Life is about choices. And you can always decide. Yeah. Right. So you can always decide. And decide to be happy. Decide to be worthy. Decide to build that business. You have completed school, say that I don't have anybody to employ me. You have made that decision. You can go to construction site and say that I want to become a laborer. You can go to the market and say that you want to help the tomato seller. You know, you can go to anywhere and say that you can even go to the farm and say that I want to help you to harvest your cassava. Do you know the ideas that will start to come to your mind? Do you know the ideas that will start to come to your mind just because you moved from the room, just because you went to the field, just because you started to meet people? You know, so don't just be there and say that nothing is working for me. It's not true. Decide to launch out that vision. You have decided on this business for 10 years. You're still afraid. Don't be afraid. You make mistakes. You meet pain. You meet struggles. You make errors. Don't be afraid. Those who are successful made a lot of errors. They made a lot of pain, a lot of mistakes. They lost a lot of things. They lost friends, they lost money, they lost relationship, they lost a lot of things, but they didn't give up. That's why they are successful. And so when you see somebody in any field and you are so much, you know, it's because they withstood the pressure. You know, so it's a decision to say that I'm not quitting on this until I'm successful. I'm not giving up on this until I'm successful. Especially those of you who are just married. Any little thing is there that you know, I'm going. And you think that there's an angel somewhere. Okay, maybe. I don't know. But the same things you meet in other people a lot of the times. You know, if the person is not beating you, if the person is not doing dangerous, life-threatening things and disagreements, you have to learn how to work things out. It's a decision. Don't just throw in to say that I've given up. It's not like that. You must develop the strength. You know, you must develop the strength. So life, we want to recap, and then Odehyeeba or Obi will join us. Life is about decisions, so make decisions to be successful. Make decisions to be great. Make decisions to give the best out of your life before you die. You know, make decisions to build people. Make decisions to share what you know. Make decisions to build that product, you know, build that business. Make decisions to be a great friend. Make decisions to be a great leader in our country. You know, go for it. Build the next generation. Make that decision. And you can't blame anybody when you don't turn out right. It's your decision, it's your choice. You know, don't even wait for the government to change. You know, don't wait for magic. They may happen. Don't wait for miracles. They may happen, but they're not the norm. It's the norm that the things that are recurrent, the things that are consistent with your life, those are the things that shape in your future. It's not the one that happens out of the blue, no. Because even they do happen, you still have to have the required training to hold them. You know, so in this world, you're responsible for the results that you have. You know, so if you don't like the results, then look at the decisions that you made. You know, look at the decisions that you made. So you choose what your life is about. You choose what you want to produce. You choose the friends that you want to keep. Even you choose where you want to go to church. If you're Muslim, you choose that. If they are just giving you miracle, and they don't teach you anything, you become nothing. You know, if the people who are in that church, you know, if they don't teach you anything, you become nothing. If they are teaching you fear, and control, and they are always brainwashing you not to have confidence in your choices and not to live your life. Anytime you want to start something, they want to tell you, wait, we will give you go ahead. You will not become anything. Today you are 20. By the time you say you are 40, you have nothing. And you are nothing. Because somebody else, we waited for somebody to give you go ahead all the time. And that's something that most of these religious centers are doing. You're a young man. You're not ready to become a pastor. They will say that go and become a pastor. And you are not ready for anything like that. They will just push you. And then they will control your time. They will control your money. You get to your 45, 50, and you look back and you have nothing. Some of you, they even give you a woman to marry, where to stay and everything. They have controlled everything that you are. You have no self-value. You can't look back, because some of them, they pick you when you're very young. They didn't let you read any book. They even tell you don't watch anybody. They tell you that don't read anything except what they have. You'll be so limited that your decisions will be so limited that your life will be so limited. If it's the truth, if you have the truth, then you are not afraid of whatever somebody else is teaching you. If I know the truth, if I teach my children the truth, then I'm not afraid of what somebody else will teach them. Because once they have the truth, then when they see the lies, they will know. People are only afraid because they know that they have not taught you the right things. So when you come in contact with the light, you will diffuse what they have. That's why they are trying to protect you from getting exposed. If they are strong and they have taught you the right things, then they will never be worried about what else somebody is teaching. Because whatever you have is so strong that nothing can break that they have. So, anyway, so where you live is a choice, it's a decision. They will impact what you become eventually in your life. How you handle your finances, the schools that some of you are choosing schools for your children, you're choosing British, American, something. Now you wonder why they're teaching them how to become gay. You wanted them to become British. What do you expect? It's a choice. So you can decide to pattern. Do you want your children to become financially independent, fulfilled in life, work with their talent, or you just want them to go to school? Most parents just want their children to go to school. What is it that you have in mind for that child that you have? What is it? What is the future you see? You just want them to become doctor, or you want them to become great and do something. What is success to you? For me, success is the ability to have control over your time, over your finances, and over your mind, and create with the best of talent that God gave you. And so school, whether you read engineering or medicine, they just help you. But that which God put in you that you have to bring out, no school should stop that. For me, that is success. I'm not training my children to just finish and come and look for a job and work somewhere. No. That they practice with the best of ethics, and that they are kind-hearted, and that they are compassionate, and that they are proud as Africans, and that they are proud of their own people as well, and that they don't feel that they are inferior to Chinese or they're inferior to Europeans or Indians. No. And it really does not matter where they live, but then they have this, so wherever that you put them, they can create their life. That is the kind of hope, and that is the kind of training, that's the kind of decisions that I make for my children. So it's not just, go to this school, go and choose this course, and then you become something and somebody will employ you. And that's why when they finish and nobody is employing them, then you parent, you become frustrated. Why? Because all that you had in mind was there for them to go to school and get a good job. And for me, that is not, that time is not now. Equip your children so that when they get out, wherever they are, whatever is in their hand, they can create the life that they so desire and make the greatest of impact. For me, that is it. Especially with the time of internet and social media, the world has changed. There are a lot of young men, young women who are just doing some few things on the internet and they are making thousands and millions. And you are there holding a CV looking for a job. And somebody with SHS certificate is making thousands of CDs every month over the internet. It's not illegal. They just have the knowledge. They have the knowledge to do things. They are doing all kinds of services, all kinds of programming over the internet. And you have completed school 5 years. You're still holding your certificate, waiting for somebody to give you a job. What changed? The world has changed. So when you're sending your children to school, think of this. Equip them with the tools that will help them to live in that future. Don't equip them to live in the 50s. We are in the internet, social media, programming, AI kind of future. So even if they are farmers, they know that they are using technology. Equip them to be independent in thinking. Give them entrepreneurship skills. Update their financial skills. The ability to convince people, sell product to people. The ability not to give up. To be somebody who is learnable. They can study. Give them the tools to go and fetch for knowledge. That's the essence of school. They equip you so that when you finish school, you can go and look for the knowledge that you need to build the life that you want. It's not that they are giving you all the knowledge that you need to go and live. No, they give you the ability to look for the right knowledge to build your life. And that's why when you completed school and you don't search for any new knowledge, you fail. because then you so trusted the knowledge they gave you in school. But the whole essence of the school training is to help you to fish for knowledge. So that when you meet problem, you can know where to go. They are not telling you that this knowledge is enough. No. That's why they say something. They say that add to the body of knowledge. That's why you do research. That's why you write those reports in school. But they are not saying that once the school that you completed 2002, that information they gave you, that's all that you are living life with. You have never read any book. You have never studied anything. You so believe that that thing that they taught you is enough to take you through life. That's why you struggle. Because then you have decided not to look for better knowledge to upgrade your life. So my name is Obeng Darko. Thank you for taking your time to watch this. And I'll put the link there. And my friend will join us. Sheba and Obi, they will join us. Odehyeeba, so if you're here, I'll put the link there and you join us. And okay, so let me see. So thank you for taking your time to watch us. You know, life is about decisions. Life is about choices. Never let anybody lie to you. If you don't choose right, your life will be wrong. If you don't choose right, your life will be wrong. You know, so decisions are choices. So decide to go for the best of life. And never be sad. Never be angry. And don't worry when people don't agree with you. It really does not matter, you know. So Odehyeeba, we are waiting for you. Obi, we are waiting for you. You know, so yes, indeed. Life is not magic. Life is built. Life is built. That's why those who believe in that principle, they are always building. That's why they are searching all the time. Those who believe that somebody else from the space somewhere will come and do everything for them, that's why they're always back to square one, you know, because they believe that they are the ones responsible. Many people believe that they are not responsible for their finances, for their country's development. They still believe that, you know, somebody else will come and develop their country for them. So they don't really care about how they spend the money of the country. Because, you know, supernaturally, somebody else will come and do it for them. It is not true. You are responsible. You are building your life. You're building. Contrary to what they've been telling you all these years, that somebody else, especially they use God, those of us who are religious, God is responsible for it. God has showed me. You know, if you look at the results, you know that it's not all that absolute, and that there's a part that humans are in charge. And God does not make her. God didn't make this computer. You know, so that is how it is. Over there. Yes, I was. Yeah, sure. Now where?
And they had the real again. Nice one.
Right.
Open also,
yes.
Yenamuna, you heard your cousin tea. Maybe you do any agency, what the back open Wabanti as yet, now, Yen a 5 minutes. Now, yes, you have yes, over your house. So, there's no way say you be down on amount. And the who can be an university practice, and only the most important thing, the who can be no matter the situation, say.
Right.
So-called leadership on the failure, on the day, you won't be a way see practice. Young practice, there's no way you be the results, the good results. Yeah. So, Mr. Obeng Darko,
that's right.
We need to practice it. And as a young ones, the other boy, and say, young information, we need to practice it. Instead, or even businesses, one shall see, I won't mistakes, or here I see an hour. And then we some of papa you can you be doing come be na one say yeah because of internet yeah papa to Ghana obi free ha ebema wa wo ti ba bi a wo dwen say e bi ana ade no kefiri ha ne ba en kwa na ye no obeti ne ma bi ase ehunu say ba bi a wo ti bi ano say information bi efiri wo ba bi ano so unya aso nkwa na wo tie ne bi a you can obeti ma use some information amana boa so openi anopa ye na se ewia wo ha se bi ye na se ba ewia se ba bi a me hye ye na wase na ye mfa free ase ntimi say question bi wo na wo de mbe fam na yakwa na ya fa free ho
aha no go ahead you now person catch it no unfortunately man loadu just go
right. And now once you are talking about say how are you be see afa so ne yetimi build here when it comes to history ne and you fire brabo now the tia ne say a good say yenum bi betu kwan ne bi makotena ba bi na ebi mu de information na free ho aba ti say ebi ana wa wo hwe opening sisi e wanya akwanya ne bia wo betu kwan na de also tene say yeah to kwan in special than more whether you live in Ghana, Nigeria or whatever. We those that we live in that ebusia for me sere when the man be frɛ me sim pomo chopa na many abre on mam kan say me sere mo mam program pacho nti the woman say those of us now we live outside, we are not special than more Ghana. First of all, I know na say idea inferiority complex. I say we can decode mindset. TSC say you are special in wherever you find yourself in Africa. First of all, now
that's right.
The woman say if we are seeing a situation who be no kuta the bonafide monopoly over anything. The BNU you be there. China for pursue sa ideology na ma aboa wo. I come in no Ghana and he say you better say and made idea me ya mean to me no. Say Kwabena Darko can was say my be say me plan me decision a failure a week. So say me trans say me chance say me be plan here meet me compete me power free China but meet me compete with America irrespective of say many support in through so called the system and support me. You say on say nkofo na ye kan masemi wo modi te say me na wo ye kra ye kasa kakra na ye ka brofo ye kasa kakra na ye ka brofo no e kire wo say there's something wrong na sa something no obi mpesa obe ka ho asa obi say o ja na sa o di ja na sa ba on to me very well ba what I busa for me about me 1 second I mean and do me me phone fan to any free
you ba ane
I mean doom phone me doom phone kura say be on to me friend eti I'm fan to flight mode na on to me friend kura yeah to abanisa what me nka say what me nka right anti the tie say ye kasa kra ye kai say ye nuanu bi o mo different countries say be katwi kura bi o mo ntiase no obusa say na we ye den e ban sa na amo hu say BBBC no eno ne bi ye challenges say ye wo mo no na sa de na asi no obi enu o wiase obepɛ sɛ obeyi sa de na firi ho sɛ ye ya de firi ho obi enu a opɛ o wiase sɛ wo ye hwan sɛ o institution bi agidi sɛ nipa bi a wagidi on tiase sɛ ye nyi sa de ni firi ho na ye nhwɛ on sɛ moment abibini bɛ fa no bɛ na adwen sɛ o ma na dwena ye kɛse na wagye ne ho adi bia no ɛyɛ obi interest sɛ on tiase ma sa de ne happen baby a ye ti sese ye a ohunu yes ohun ye ebi a wodwen nse bibi a wo bia na ye papa enye no kore sa enye bibia na ye papa wo baby a ebi a metie baby a wonu bi tie no enye bibia na ye papa na wono nso e hya ase se de ne ye tie na difference wo mu ne se ono no de obi a ma me fa ne nananom agapade amfa ankoye ne de ba ye problem na ye nya ne se ye agapade ne de obi ba be faaye e no sa de hihye bi to ho ani sa system no a wo hu no a bibia na kekere wo no e obi na di begyae ba wono ne krom de no sa situation say ye me obi a me fa na japade but oh wow Ghana ni ahwe me yenko country in America what one na be litimi call bi a California say wo call no akotu wo oil de aba Africa one na bitimi yes a bisa ho sa bibia sense but yenhwe wo a wote Congo wote Ghana see a Obuasi gold mines on say you won kophobia o mo ba ho a o mo bagi gold no boss wa o mo tuwa be sin na o mo ne yen kophobia kabom so wonim say bibia sa etesa ne hwe etesa ni pa no wo sa interest no there's no way so we wide been say or no train or no man about the boy abaso and over chill bibia everything am or brabo to pon unia na obem wa failure on to say ne nanu nyina be wu akọ nenso wo bre on say openia dia wo kan da bia wo ka kire say you be see ekoto hu with knowledge serve informative ideas it da bia wo kire wo eno na kwesi kokokuro mo ye kwesi kokokuro ni ade bia emera ka oni bibia ye so super natural bi se bi o mo confine any forces bia da bi bibia say ni ho umo bi tena bro kire kasa a kire pe won bakro mpe wi oboa and say a calculated attempt so be ya de na me ade a me ni de na me ni a metimesua beka ho eno ntina wo hu se foreign na bia ba obi broni ma so ade bia wo nim bia wo besua na wo hu I say ya na confused say ya gitum say bibia be ye bia wo ekuro me enye yi ye bibia enye yi ni nyina ne say ye taste asesa ye hearing asesa ye thinking asesa and afi ya dwen no so kra no ye nyintum say betimi adwena ma na bibia yi to the sense say enipa no American asem no atimi bibia fa kwa bebre so dia kwa koduru ba bia ye dwono say ye enye obi te say obi da akoma mma nkyerwa ambi wa adwuma say dia wo ye no ba bia wo gina no chenyi niema na niema ultima fa badwin say enye yie won to sasa ankrofo na back but wo mo mabio they will never come won be bia they come with a policy a be keep you where you are now me wo ha ena bia me makwa akotena obi ma so menya kwa akotena obi ma so me ti obi ma so ena me hu de ko na me ka kire tie ni ye pa me nka say wo hu se nipa bi so mo ye say it again no sa na ti da bi tie on say moment ya bibini ba na adwe se wo pese wo ka nkrofo bom bia na nkrofo bia ba be share kire now it is on the record say uko to say Burkina Faso you will be your friend Thomas Sankara it's on record BBC or documentary all this gophobia onibia or documentary there's a micro na make an onibia actually say you will be interested na akwa no ade opese wo ye no gophobi mpe eti wo mo fa akwa bi so mo no ano no ye site ono ano ni bodyguard na say the odi na chi ma ni de eje ni nkwa free ni nsam abakọ sam ne da ho eti e kire wo say so we bibini now person we bibia de we bibi wo kuro mu a quickly no you be interested so obem no be hwa ade na wo ye no na watimi use man ba be ye wo de now on say ye to aba bia Ghana to aba say kura Nigeria for to aba ni say Nigeria for to aba on
are
aha abato no moto no obekom no oboduru sesi na be cho international observers to the on be kan wo aha the international observers ni be kan wo so aha eti o hwe to say Both anytime bia no be na nkofo bia to agenda bia ba omo to agenda ne ba yi omo interest dia ni interest no ye hwe bi say Obeng Darko say ye fa ne say what me risk in life what yes him say opeso o kire say obi plan say Obeng Darko e dia no ope ma no pa na sika na say ope fans opedi quickly obi working on Obeng Darko ho the obeba ne say ese so oba no obefo kwa bia so obetimi atemu ne down no man follow no rules ni obon ope award ni niam de atutu no kom na watimi atemu na man aka asem o ye ono ni ono no pe o say obi a no pesa say ye am pani say obi am pagimi fu agro so obi am pagimi ni awo ba ye pe na agro yo menya ne say da bia no we die tie ya asa na ye be ye oba amonfo ma so ya yegu ya he Ghana ni wa wodi ya pa woni mu tese treatment ni fam asisie ni nipa mu yi mu o ye ni fam wo sugunu mu ba because of say na dwen ni kire ni say what to quantina tinchira say o kana no tum wo sugunu mu ba ni ma nko yie ma no on say ye wo nkofo bi wo Ghana wa o mo build o mo ho say on pese o mo imitate the west for na say emphasis obi say America ni na say Britain ni. Now, God, we are Ghana near team. If you are listening to me from the whole of Africa, please listen to me. Okay? And Kwabena is so interesting and so intelligent in their way. Say, Bibi or say, or person or building who and also or imitate you quickly, they will come for that person. And when they come on, they will make sure say Nipan will pursue their own agenda. It is for me now in this world. I mean, who say Bibi rise? No imitating in Kwabena other countries. Na Misrupa. Because Uncle Fonny is very dangerous. Because omu ena etimi ema Uncle Fonny ba be pesi wo mu na omu yusu wo mu no omu de pesi wo agenda na e bring you down more. maybe can be many be out here me ntasa nipa no. There's a lady be Ghana. Your friend Nana Banamwa. So what's in the lady very intelligent. Or behave as a modern lady. Become modern lady like or try say or you're knowledgeable, or you're very intelligent, accurate, say or with a strategy. Or be a program be Ghana. Where the first show the okay, me Ghana for a harmless question we say show be your see a friend on women of valor. Women of valor no actually say they are going to fight for their own right. When you sue a portrait be a maybe a friend in comfort Obaya Santoa and Nana more you sue woman at the kind of some say some men in kwa but they will go and fight until their last blood. Okay, fair enough. Question me busa Nana Banamo and I say me person Ghana Nibia try to help me to ask this question. Say Nana Banamo should tell Ghanaians the sponsors of this show I remember on the 7th of March. I have no confusion with her. I mean, any business be about the only thing I say, I am her say you should tell us who are her sponsors on that show, show so on the 7th of March. Now, the reason why I'm really interested is and you might be a cost we are so far Europe, America, and Canada, and you might be a cost and for pursue agenda. Also, me customer say bibini and the one shall say by a tiasi ya shall say open you to
Yeah, but I say.
Again, what to
Yeah.
Right. The American say a lady your friend and Banamwa, me say Ghana for should access emusane say here for the sponsors of Women of Valor show now baby it's because now say no phobia again say a dear be bibini de bia no ye be na sakasaka na ya ka ya mo clash say take some yam de bia to kwabesu omonte because oko Europe na oko America na other countries now it seems say oba ne bema e wo competition wo entokwa wo omontem media men kasa na ba na mo phobia tua ne ka say want organize maybe na yen for me pursue an agenda say bema or baby will say was one do in bema don't need a man media me so independent I am an independent woman me whatever woman no that's not my case but the only thing is say on some moment and be building a court no they need in to build a court so that the young ones will become confused and they start to fight a battler they have no idea. This lady, Nana Banamwano, obi a influential, qualified candidate for Enkofobi to use her to build a court. First of all, the entire man can say we be say, baby, there's information going on, and say or say a common a man or one. So the organizing man do what basis or create environment for enable environment to create jobs or to educate them to have a different thought outside the Yokochomo school and now say a day because system now odi achire na wo ba no obi interest it is one year me chere say very candidate for Nkophobia agenda say they or you good to say they can use that to pursue an agenda to fight a system in Ghana. But let me put this one on record. Say the African culture and the African values and normal way of lifestyle will continue to prevail. It will be interesting. Say we'll make sure say you better check and microphone. Now site to against one through or ban a master or you failure. And I'm cautioning her. Say agenda no or pursue. What shall say or pursue with Enkophobia, Yenimoma, Yedo, or history about one day no. Yam Pesa bedroom Rebina Case, was sorry, Ginamu say, the Obaka in Bema or Ghana, who you, an Africa crown. Believe yourself, you don't need a man in your life. And you must say, yeah, be again.
Again, say, say no you say status say no maybe I want in terms of a man member the agenda be no mo push and they say and I said now me who be bisa almost promote this say human rights so then yeah so what is the future of women in the West? No, so within a very short time, 50% of them may have to go outside if they want to marry.
Right. But that's so
agenda bena omo pursue.
Well, we are see our more baby. We are see for to say
because you come here no. Or say you come here no. And go for no ye omo no mana. Omo bondo no differently. Inti just will be a whole study sa normal way no.
That's right. Say
omo I me omo person omo de fifa be bia de be chichere yen.
Right.
Bia ne de wo kan so. Because omo no de senya omo no culture no obia de bia no e polish.
Right.
Bia de bia na standard.
Right.
Because
the interesting is the interesting is say as someone our kubusa no me da se pa the woman say use America as a case study say no e obi enkophobia agenda say where the friend female cry that time will come as akasa na name me can on record obi an record to one twen hwa de e baby ba where the friend female no e be wipe away and you be interest. The obi drain the obi person will believe in an identity. I don't care, but as long as me African, me Ghanaian, no, now me pushing in because I am telling you, say, we matter now, and Sergeant be a bit me out influence we are seeing now before and you see a DSR now. All country to America to see ya or Barney Bema. People perceive say we enemies. Yeah, obimu agenda push here to the sense that the stage say no Bema why are you weak here to the sense say Bema to me approach you bampo say no na kasa. We be oti America bia na what Canada bia betimi upa catch no one kind of krenchre will say oba no Bema ntem ase me to say in what capacity the TN say because I say pay back time. I say Bema your bar born into say dear you pushing mom or my baby to your mamaka. America take Canada be any some American so you'll be pay attention on the street. No what politics I say when it comes to new pantam politics yeah. The establishment no I wo we are no pushing it say before no most be said yeah. Bema benyan serious banter and a beya juma just ya shall see picking crophobia or mu behave so omo late near the one be join a court to be now make culture Ghana for say me see lady near friend and Abana she's very intelligent lady very accurate very dynamic but she might be a dangerous candidate Ghana friend and Abana Women of Valor program no on the 7th no me see Ghana for say and him for na sponsors to us a picture video born or their boss a woman of valor. A valor means to fight or to encourage the word valor. Okay. A dear fight. Ghana for me, person who says a dear fight in a Ghana, a man cannot fight. So on an organizing women to fight. A dear fighter. That's a question. I'm a criticizing constructively. Constructive criticism a journalist or a TV station be Ghana. I think me not feed Kakra. Mekai. The American say, interest say, you may cause when you close the system in our confusion, you know, you're part of it, and Montana, and a professional way. And we are Ghana now part this year. The American say, question an Alabama was an Alabama. What you are saying, say, would the Kobe Babon group in from Women of Valor? Why no sponsors? Now, what was the main agenda? A dear fight in a Ghana member kind of fighter, who organize a Madoma fighting. it is good to say a ma you ben lift your man, you warm when you're pushing ma, near more opportunity now. Say I'm passing the opportunity, we give them the same opportunity. But in the minds and the perspective of this and Kofu Unipa Bonifu against us, they use gender parity, human rights to destabilize Nipana United. They use gender parity to destabilize Nipana United. Now, we as Africans, we have our cultural settings, our family settings. There's no way any Ghanaian wala or say will say, young Madi, you can't say that, and it's not true. It's been educated by the Western system. Maybe yes, Anthony, tried to set him one. When the chief sat down, while Transia or humanity and send faso. And say or him and the seal or henny. The queen mother installed the chief or the king. In this perspective, and I say in this narrative, so we'll be interested to say, many are prepared. That's why many are serious, and that so we'll be interested to say. Let us find a way say more you use the word gender parity. Now you find destabilizing more Ghana and TDA. Or maybe you some more for said you catch us in Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara, or you saw one independent in few years. Kwame Nkrumah one and crop for Opobia when price last 1950 on one and crop for by a catcher say a dear Ghana ni here say see an yes agenda no say Ghana ni here say Ghana nearby when he say will develop. It is not by agenda by pushing by Nkofobi interest. Ghana nearby here so developer. It is not by an agenda Nkofobi sponsor because Obia Osia the research behind say every research a film Nkofobi Obano there's a sponsors. There's sponsors in every research. Etina Opesa Osia the officer when now who you are. And you may be an SOD actually, and no this animal so I say more. No, it is say, when you beat America, say they will come here to defend the Nema one baby free bar. We're confused. What say you're saying I need to tell you, or be that question, they said they emfa. They said they emfa. The idea about Kusuni, come to be a friend America, say, when say your friend passport brothers. They say Uber America. You remember before that one, or Mati could be a friend of passport bros. A Chira will say a member who Chrome went to me, Wari Chrome one baby, so they are taking their passport and running away to other countries. So to Ghana, I'll be to Ghana, say America, the Amago, and Mago, more in TikTok near Dom Shekun. Listen, Uber to Meshia or Bawa, I say, Utrani, you wouldn't say Oban was and but a Beman and Nekasa. Under the word called masculine, women to be masculine, almost masculine, feminism. Easy say Ghana, you lack information. You probably want to person or a bit me explode easy and obey him that you develop because there's going to be a clash. And a moment as our clash in the bano is any pan to plan away. It's an agenda. All man attack or economy straight away view. Use system. Once I know baby, when any plans to move establish business, for example, Penny Kwabena Darko on any who can you establish as we view. But moment here, an education be an asset campaign because so Chira will say, Bema no crying in charge view. So we are making be a movie and wouldn't say a certain Bema is the head of the family. Now, dear baby side in a flow quickly, Sa programming will start to influence any part of was with you or Montemano. I'm a business and will collapse. Because over say, oh, Chance Bianca, Professor Binamaka, Professor, and your train, your sponsor, they won't tell you this.
Hold on. Obi is here. I want him to join us. Obi, he is my good friend. Obi, Obi, you don't speak Chi, so it's very unfortunate for us.
It just, as Africans, we have many languages, and that's because of how dynamic we are. So it's something for us to celebrate.
Right. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. So Obi is an author,
and if yes, and if just a quick one, and if as a continent And if as a continent we are on the right trajectory, the diversity of languages could aid us in intelligence gathering. It could aid our intelligence agencies across the continent, because of the uniqueness of the languages we have. It will be very hard for foreign intelligence agencies to understand what we are doing, so we have an edge in this regard. Unfortunately, our leaders, do not want to take advantage of our uniqueness as a continent, but we are getting there. We will, my generation, we will fulfill the dreams of our fathers, like Kwame Nkrumah, like Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba, Murtala Mohammed. We will fulfill the dreams for the continent. We will.
All right. So let me introduce Obi. Obi is my good friend. Is one African intellectual I have so much respect, very deep. Not many people are that deep. And so it's somebody that 100%. So Obi, okay, go ahead, do your introduction. Let's know what is happening in Nigeria at the moment. See a lot of people are rooting for Obi. Some other people are rooting for the old men. I don't know. Odehyeeba is my good friend as well. He lives in New York. And
interesting.
He's also telling us about the these guys are trying to come at us from every angle. So it's either through gayism or through women. All right. So
I did pick, some of what you were saying. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we're listening.
I picked some of what you were saying. This whole gender parity, and they all talk about trying to emasculate women. I picked what you were saying. It's something that we have to be very careful about, because we are losing our family values as a people. We are losing who we are, and in the long run, if care is not taken, what is going to happen is that because right now in the US, you have people who would say that what's the word again? Non-binary identity.
Yeah.
Non-binary. They're not men, they're not women. Schools are teaching children boys to identify as girls. Little girls should come out and identify as boys. And this is the kind of things we want on our continent. So we must push back. Because this is an existential crisis. You have to push back with all our energy. We must push against this. I'm not a religious person, but if I'm gonna use the word, this demonic, agenda, we have to push against it with all efficacy, because our survival is at risk. And also remember that our people, again, due to lack of critical thinking, our people and the level of brainwash and mind damage that has been done to us, our people think that whatever comes from the other side, is something that should be accepted. And we as a continent, we failed, because what is happening is that they are introducing these things in the cartoons our children watch. They are introducing them in the movies. So now you have young boys and girls who are watching cartoons, but very subliminal messages are being pushed into these cartoons that are
Okay. So we seem to have a network issue. He will join.
Yes, I don't know.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't know if I'm still audible. So we have to make sure that we safeguard our children. We prevent them from watching some of these cartoons and these children movies that are coming from the West, because it is how they are pushing these narratives. They are targeting young minds. And so we have to be careful. This is an existential battle. They cannot win this, because if they win, then we are gone. So I understood what you were saying, and I agree 100%, with what he's been saying.
And
right.
I want to add something to what Obi is saying, that you see, anytime they see intellectuals from Africa, that's why I use the word, a good candidate for them to build their courts. And I can see that the way I'm criticizing a Ghanaian journalist called Kwabena Obeng, I can see another lady from Nigeria called Omotola, and Omotola is a beautiful actress in Nigeria. Obi, I'm sure you want that lady is from your country, and there's a lady, one influential lady in South Africa.
Yes.
So you can see how the things are going to work. You see the deal. Now Omotola is very influential. Kwabena Obeng is very influential, and then there's a lady, Jennifer, whatever, is in South Africa. So this is the deal. We are not saying they shouldn't come together. They should come together and build women. But here is the case. As what we are witnessing in America or in Canada or in Asia or Europe, that their population is now moving to an old ages population, and because of an agenda, that the next continent is these people that will make them confused, because here we are struggling to develop our people. So, anytime these people will start to develop, they will bring an agenda to confuse them. This is my interest. Because the moment you see women and men start to fight, because when they start to fight, there's no way they can have a solution, because they start to argue with each other.
Absolutely.
But those countries that they have developed, they never allow that. We talk of South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, even almighty America or Canada. They develop themselves through their youth. So when these people start to use our so-called elite, those who behave like the westernizer, we are in trouble. So that's why today, on the 7th of March, this show is coming on. Ghanaians should question Kwabena Obeng and Omotola, who are their sponsors. That's my most important thing. They should tell us. Secondly, there's no fight in Africa that says that we should go organize women to go and fight. There's no fight. There's no war like that. The only trouble that we have is economic battle, and the comes intellectual thinking and critical analysis when it comes to businesses. We need to start thinking about business. We don't need to start to think an agenda of telling us that there's no female or male, or there's gender impartial. No way. I am calling them Omotola from Nigeria. If Nigerians has helped you to become who you are today, this is not how you pay us. But we are not saying somebody has given you something else. We are saying that who are your sponsors and what is the main agenda behind women of valor. The reason why I'm saying this is Kwabena Obeng will bear with me that there was a time that she introduced the same group called Secret Billionaires. Agenda. Where, how far? I'm asking her, how far is that Secret Billionaire group? How far? Secondly, there's another lady in Ghana from the early 2000s. This lady she also been used, and later on she told the whole Ghanaians that she doesn't need a man. But today she is lost and she got married today. One day, when they challenge, we will bring all their details. Now, the reason why I am so passionate about this is, Obi, when you check our people, those who call themselves so-called elite or so-called educated or intellectual, whatever, check the whole continent. They are being used to pursue an agenda, whether in politics, religion, or even our traditional settings.
Absolutely.
All these things have never helped our development. All this parochial interest of building an agenda to suit somebody have never helped us. But the funny thing is, right now that I'm talking about this, they will start to go and check with this guy biography. Who is this guy? Who is this? And they start to track us down. Because they don't want you to.
But if they check, Odehyeeba, if they check, you see, we have to do the pushing and we have to push back. That's as Obi said.
Yeah.
It should not be that our self-sanity should be preserved against the annihilation of our people. And they come at us from all angles. And a lot of people may never concern themselves with this because, until you're following this, you may not even pay attention. And before you see it, they have gone through to destroy them. The fact is that we have the potency to multiply by 2 in no time. And they don't want us to lead the world anyway.
No.
So anything that can control our population, they have to do something about it.
And the sad thing is, when you see an African lives in America or Canada, you might sit in Africa and think that, oh, this guy's got a lot of exposure and training. I am telling you today on authority, no training. that these people have acquired to help you in your country. No training. They should prove to us, because the example is there. Now in Nigeria, look at them. All of them are living abroad. Look at how things are going in Nigeria. Look at how things are going in Ghana. A bunch of these people were trained in Harvard or Oxford. What is the result now? What is the result? Look at how we are doing elections, and then this election is being sponsored. The person that's taking your raw materials. Is it fair? Do you think it's okay? Even the so-called this guy that is sitting in any country sees you as you have a low IQ, because they know that they will never accept this. All because of the training. We understand that. So that's why we are saying that the youth of today, or in Africa, whether Nigeria, Ghana, whatever, we don't need an agenda to distance ourselves, or to desperate move to disassociate us. We don't need those kind of agendas. But they are going to use so-called the influentials, those so-called the celebrities, to fight us back in professional way, which you have no idea. We will never understand them. That's why I am saying that early 2000, they use these same celebrities to pursue an agenda where it can depopulate the African continent. We understand these games. When depopulation agenda started early 2000, we understand those people. We have their record. The advertising, the advert that they did, and now they run away to look for child and look for marriage, husband. So now, on the record, all these ladies that they are using them are, let me say, they are single mothers. And now in America, when you talk about single mother, there's another issue that we need to discuss. It's a biggest issue, challenge. It's a challenge. So in order for you to be part of this clan, one, you have to be educated. Yes, be part of the corporate world. You are more intelligent. Now you work for them. You don't create, you just work for them. You don't create. And then you get the establishment to support you so that they can push you to pursue an agenda.
Okay. Odehyeeba, we will come back to you. Obi, now let's go to tell us what is happening in Nigeria.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Yes. The election is today. Across the country, people have started voting. People started voting in the morning. I'm sure by now the votes have closed. But due to some of the incidents that happen in some parts of the country, the election will continue tomorrow. We saw some incidents of violence, ballot box snatching, and some candidates who felt that they will not win sponsored thugs to disrupt the voting process in some states across the country. So there's going to be a continuation of voting tomorrow. But this election is a very peculiar election, in Nigeria, because the last 8 years has not been funny. When this government of Buhari came into power, lots of Nigerians had, high hopes, thinking that things will take a better turn. But for once, I knew that we were going to be in big trouble. Why? The last election was sponsored in 2015. The election that brought Buhari to power was heavily financed by the US government. And if there is one thing I know, it is that whatever the US puts their hand on, it is never for the interest of the people of that country. That is one thing that I know. As a matter of fact, Buhari's campaign manager in 2015 came from the US. So I knew that this government will make policies that will favor, I knew that this current government. Okay, I think I'm back.
Yeah,
the network is now cutting off.
No, go ahead.
The network is not cutting off, but I think I'm back.
Yes, you are.
Yes. So, I knew that the current government will implement policies that will not favor Nigeria. And we have seen an unprecedented theft of our resources, of our oil. The House Committee released the report not long ago, and we saw that most of Nigeria's stolen oil ends up in countries like the US. We're talking about billions of dollars unaccounted for, monies that could have, help our economy, create job for the 130 million Nigerians that are, regarded as living below the threshold. Over 130 million extreme poor Nigerians. Those monies could have, helped their lives. And we're talking about a country with 250 million people. If 130 is living in abject poverty, then you can imagine, how dangerous the situation is. And this number was just, I think, in 2015, we had like 40 million poor Nigerians. 40 million poor Nigerians. Now, if after 8 years we have 130 million from 40 million, just goes to show you, what has happened to Nigeria in the last 8 years. So what is happening is that people, this is like a revolution, that is happening in Nigeria across the country today. People are tired, they are fed up. The currency has become almost useless. Inflation is all-time high. There is massive amount of corruption in government. Nigeria has always had issue with government corruption, but this is next level. It is corruption 2.0. Next level corruption in the last 8 years. It has been a disaster. So yes, there is a massive
2.0.
Yeah, 2.0, yes. So there is a massive rejection of the status quo by majority of Nigerians, especially the youths. And it is because the current system thinks that the youths do not have a voice. The young people do not have a voice. For instance, the president, Buhari, at one point has referred to Nigerian youths as being lazy. I mean, these are youths that do not have any kind of handouts or benefits from the government. And, with their own ingenuity, they've been able to make something for themselves. Nigerian youths have, they are thriving. We have so many startups by Nigerian youths. We have, so many of them are, many Nigerian youths are, entrepreneurs without the help of government. We also have some Nigerian youths who, out of desperation, are into crimes, are into internet fraud and all that. But then majority of Nigerian youths are doing something very positive. And instead of you, the president, to come out and encourage these people, you're going outside. You were in London and you were castigating your own youths to say Nigerian youths are lazy. So that statement, for many Nigerian youth, is an unforgivable statement. We saw in 2020 during the NSAS protest, Nigerians came out to say that we will show the government that we're not lazy, and that statement is being, it's still being, retold in this election. Nigerians youths are saying, "You think we are lazy? We will show you we're not lazy. We're going to take government." And the person who majority of Nigerians are voting for is the man called Peter Obi. And the reason why they are voting for Peter Obi is because, he's not seen as one of those that are part of the old system. He was the governor of a state called Anambra State, and we saw his records that while the governor, he was very, in terms of finance management, he was very prudent with the resources of the state, and is on record as being the first governor in the history of Nigeria to leave several millions of dollars in the coffers for his successor. Several billions of naira, which is several millions of dollars. That has never happened before. Usually,
who
yes,
who is sponsoring him? Do you have any idea who is sponsoring?
Okay, now,
Peter Obi?
now, to be candid with you, the obedient movement is not I know so many people who are used, like so many youths who are, donating millions of naira to sponsor the movement. Take for instance, in my polling unit,
Okay.
Usually in elections in Nigeria, we have party agents. The agents of the party will be at the polling unit, but the Labour Party do not have resources. So what's happening is that this is an organic movement. I'm very critical when it comes to politicians in Nigeria and their sponsors. I'm very critical. As a matter of fact, it took me a very long time to to have interest in Mr. Obi, because I felt that having lived in the West for most part of his life, he may be someone that could easily be influenced by Western powers. So it took me a long time. But then the reason why I could say that the obedient movement to a large extent is self-funded is because it is organic. I know there are millions of youths across the country who are sponsoring this movement, who are they're making donations, just like NSAS. NSAS was a self-sponsored movement. So this is the continuation of the NSAS. Now I have to say here that among the three top candidates, that is Atiku, Tinubu, and Obi, I am for Obi, but Obi was not my first choice. My first choice was a man called Dr. Hamza Al-Mustafa. Dr. Hamza Al-Mustafa happens to serve as the chief security officer of the former Nigerian head of state general, Sani Abacha, who was poisoned, who we believe was poisoned. So Dr. Hamza Al-Mustafa is someone who I feel, a lot of people are afraid of, especially Western powers are very afraid of this guy. Recently he came out and he was telling us about Boko Haram and the theft of Nigeria's resources. There's a resource called californium. I don't know if you've ever heard of the resource. It's a mineral. It's called californium. And all this while, we did not know that the reason for Boko Haram is because of californium that is being stolen in Sambisa. Sambisa forest is where Boko Haram stays, and Sambisa is like 2-3 times larger than the whole of Belgium. The country of Belgium, Sambisa is like 3 times. Three Belgium is Sambisa. So Sambisa is very large. It's a very large forest. And what happened was, according to Dr. Hamza Al-Mustafa, back in 1996, a German company, a German company was working with the Libyan government under Muammar Gaddafi, and they were looking for resources, in the Sahel, and somehow with their satellites, they decided to put their searchlight on Nigeria. And they discovered that Nigeria has got this mineral called californium. And I think californium is going for $27 million for a gram, if I'm not mistaken. You can check it out. I think it is the most precious, the costliest mineral ever. And what happened was that since 1996, they knew that Sambisa in Borno State, the heart of Boko Haram in the northeastern part of the country, has got these resources. The Libyan government, then under Muammar Gaddafi, informed the Nigerian head of state, then Sani Abacha, that this is what we discovered in your country, And Dr. Hamza Mustafa then went to Libya, met with Gaddafi, and they were able to give. Gaddafi was able to hand over some of the minerals, some of the californium for Hamza Al-Mustafa to bring to the Nigerian government. And so what happened was that we began seeing that, after some years, we began seeing that part of the country, the northeast part of the country, started having violent attacks. They started having issues of insecurity. Somehow the whole place became so volatile. But in 2009, almost 11 years after this resource was 12 years after this resource was discovered in 2009, the place went up in flames. We had all of a sudden Boko Haram. Boko Haram has been in existence for so many years, and they've never killed anybody. They've never attacked any church or any mosque. They've never killed Christians or Muslims. But all of a sudden, something changed, and they started attacking and killing. And somehow, Sambisa, where this resources is deposited, happens to be the place where Boko Haram decide to make their base. Isn't that interesting? So now we have a situation where you see many of these so-called NGOs, Western NGOs, are all in Borno State. These are areas where the Nigerian soldiers find difficult accessing, but these Westerners in Nigeria are so comfortable. These NGOs are so comfortable living close to Sambisa. As a matter of fact, they go into the heart of Sambisa. You have officials of the Red Cross and some of these fraudulent Western NGOs who are proxies of Western intelligence agencies that are financing these terrorist activities across our continent, killing our people to steal resources. So what has been happening is that they've been using Boko Haram not just Boko Haram and some of the bandits and some of the violent groups. They've been using them to steal resources worth billions and billions of dollars, uninterruptedly for years. So for me, my primary candidate was Dr. Hamza Al-Mustafa. But the truth of the matter is that because of his association with the then head of state, General Sani Abacha, many Nigerians do not, they don't really see his abilities. I think his association with Abacha, has made people blinded to see his potential, But I have taken my time to read about this guy, and I know that, he's someone I can trust this nation with. Hopefully, in the next 4 years, he's going to build he's going to build his personality, and he will talk more. Nigerians will get to know him more. I believe that he stands a chance, but not this election. He doesn't stand a chance.
Who do you expect to win?
The election is going to be very tight. For me, I want to see a Peter Obi's presidency. But then it is likely going to be between Peter Obi and Tinubu. One of the two will win. Peter Obi and Tinubu. So far, with the results that we've seen, it is either going to be a Peter Obi or a Tinubu. But I want to see a Peter Obi's presidency. Honestly, because I feel like
so Tinubu, you don't want him
yes,
to. You don't want him to win. What's the problem?
No, because the thing is that we are disassociating ourselves, especially as a young Nigerian. We are disassociating ourselves from that political system that Tinubu represents. We are cutting off from that system.
So what's the name of his party?
That's the current party, the party of Buhari, the APC.
APC. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now Nigeria cannot fail.
Yes, and that's the reason why. You see, if we have someone like Peter B wins, what is going to happen is that it is going to have a great effect on the psyche of the people, to know that truly their votes do count, they have a voice, and that there are repercussions if you go into political office and you don't deliver the dividends that that office is supposed to give to the people. What will happen is that they will kick you out. So I personally want a divorce. The divorce from the old system.
I saw Obasanjo, President Obasanjo. I mean, he's supporting Obi.
Obi, yes, he's supporting him, and the reason why he's supporting him is very clear. At this point, and so when people attack Obasanjo, I'm like, why are you attacking this man? This man is in his twilight. He has seen it all. He's not after money at his age. He's a two-time president, you know, and then he happens to be the president. He was president in the 1970s, and then became president from 1999 to 2007. You know, so there is nothing you can tempt him with. He's got money, he's got power, you know. So for him to support Obi, it means that I think he's trying to pay for some of his own evils against the country as well. He's a great leader, he's a great statesman, you know, he's done a lot for the country. Is that
which evil?
He's done a lot, but at the same time, he has also wreaked a lot of havoc on the country. You know, so maybe this is him trying to, you know, trying to ask for forgiveness, you know, for the mess he has created. He ruled the country for 8 years, and under him, over $16 billion went missing. Monies that were supposed to be used for the power sector in Nigeria, you know, went missing. You know, as you can imagine, a country of 250 million people, we do not even generate up to 20,000 megawatts of electricity. You know, we generate between less than 10,000 megawatts of electricity. 250 million people. You know, so you have constant power outages, and we have the resources. I keep using the Gambia, you know, for you know, as an example. In the Gambia, the whole of Banjul, and I think Senegambia, Banjul, Senegambia, I think even Kiloli. I think Kiloli too is included. They have a ship, just one ship, that generates electricity, you know, for the environment of Banjul, Senegambia, and I think Kiloli. You know, and the power supply is I mean, the power outages, but it's very constant. You know, so you can't tell me that with the money Nigeria has, with the resources, and with the intellect of Nigerians, that we should be in darkness. You know, we should have constant power outages. As I'm talking to you right now, I'm using my generator. You know, and we have to put an end to that. We have to put an end to that. So it's like people who import generators into the country do not want to see Nigeria generate enough electricity because they'll be out of business. So there's a whole lot of sabotage. So under Obasanjo, $16 billion was budgeted for power. Somehow that money just disappeared. And we did not get 1 megawatt of electricity from $16 billion. So Obasanjo himself has wreaked a lot of damage on Nigeria. But like I said, he's a great man. We owe him lots of gratitude. He has done so much for the country. He has also done so much positives as well as a lot of negatives, you know. But this is, I think he is trying to seek for forgiveness by pushing Obi's presidency.
All right. Yeah. Obi, hold on. Odehyeeba, you have heard Obi. Nigeria is a hot place for Africa.
It's boiling. Nigeria is boiling.
Works,
yeah. It's boiling.
Yes. The whole Africa is working. If Nigeria struggles, you all struggle. I mean, that's a fact.
That's right.
You know, one out of every 5 African or 4 is a Nigerian.
It's a Nigerian.
I think that Ghana, Nigeria, all these people should be what? There should not be passport difference or currency.
No.
You know, you should be able to take your business and go to Lagos and open a branch there without any documentation. I wish we could do that, you know, and somebody from Nigeria could just come to Accra and start a business. Yeah. So, Odehyeeba,
right. Obi, okay, so now let's thank Obi for giving us an update of what's going on in our neighboring country, Nigeria. Now, I am going to talk about this in the perspective, in this sense of my perspective as a researcher. Now, listen, I'm going to say this. Up to as of this time, I never trust any politician in Africa, and I don't trust any elections in Africa. This is a fact. This is a Obi. We may choose to have our political affiliations, and then everyone pursue their own political interest. But now, for example, in Nigeria, the current election, which they are doing now, is being controlled by certain countries. For example, one, the election happening now is not about Nigeria, it's about China, it's about you and the United States,
Absolutely.
it's about all the European countries, Russia, and then all the Arabian countries. These are countries that they are interested in Nigeria election. Now, look at all the candidates that they are presenting them. Every candidate have its own sponsor. Now, all these countries are involved through their embassies. Now, I want to make it clear for every African to listen to this. Embassies that we see in any country, in your country, especially Nigeria, please let us not think that they are there to issue visas alone. No, that's not like that. They are not there for visa issue. Visa is just a petty thing in their daily administration. It's not about visa. They are there to make sure their interest is not left behind. Now, let me tell you this. When Nigeria is going for elections, there's a certain company that sponsors Nigerian Electoral Commission. It is not a Nigeria company. It is not a Nigeria company. And we will ask them after the election that how much money did they spend and when are they going to pay that money to the sponsor? In what way are they going to do the barter trade? Now, let me borrow the words of Martin Luther King. He said, I have been on the mountaintop. I have lived in China, lived in America, and some part of European, and then some part of the Arabian West. So I'm saying this. All the countries that we see them developing, they were defensive. So until Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Nigeria, or any country want to develop without being a defensive, without being a protective, we should forget it. Because in America, they are very defensive. They are very defensive. Somebody may ask me, what are you talking about, defensive or protective? You see, anytime that I want to develop, and every rich man or every businessman, they make sure they protect their business strategy. In all the countries that I mentioned, the South Koreans, the Dubais, they were all very defensive to protect what belongs to them. Compared to back to my motherland, Africa. Are Nigerians very defensive about what they have? Are they defensive? No, they are not defensive. Our Ghanaians are very defensive in terms of protecting what belongs to them. No, go to any country. The only country that they tried is maybe Libya, and now they got them out. Go to Tanzania, Magufuli started, want to be defensive, they deleted him. Almighty Rwanda, the guy tried to be defensive, and that guy is very smart. So he played defensive, and then he played submissive. He's playing two tactics in Rwanda. That's why he's still alive. Because whenever you want to be too much defensive, you are going to be deleted. Kagame is playing defensive and submissive. Two things working in Rwanda. Now, the reason why Nigeria is not doing any election to favor anyone in Nigeria is Nigeria have a lot of resources, have a lot of human resources that when they leave Nigeria behind, they're going to explode in Africa. A lot of things are going to happen in Africa. So this is the case. I am not interested in their leadership, but I'm interested in ordinary Nigerian to listen to me that it is not about the vote that you give. Your vote does not count. Your vote is never anything. It doesn't bring anything. The only thing is to start to analyze yourself to understand that this vote I'm giving to these old men, be accountable to me. No, they are going to be accountable to their sponsors. That is why up to now, years upon years, Nigerians are still crying and crying and crying because they don't report to you. This is the case. The election will be fair. It will be so-called fair because these observers, I saw them over there. At the end of the day, when their candidate won, it will be fair. If they will certify it. It's not you certifying it. You are not going to certify it. Yeah, no, you Nigerian are not going to certify it. No, it's not you. They will certify it. Observers, they will certify it. That's cool. And the embassies over there will make sure they want. They will look for what they want. It's not you. This is the case here. When I lived in China, I saw something. Chinese wanted to develop early 50s. They play a defensive tactics, which they protected their citizens in terms of bringing what is in their mind, as long as industrial revolution is concerned. You see, we never see anything that is in Africa that saying that it is protecting the citizens to bring something from them. We always think things that we can import anything from outside to come and help us. That's why we are still suffering. Now, the leaders that we have are they have no clue when it comes to defensive tactics to defend our citizens so that we can get the good out of them or the best out of them. No way, no leader try to do that because they classify as a consumable economy. And any country that is too much consumable cannot develop, cannot compete because you are just a consumer. You and I bear witness that we Africans we are just consumers. We consume all the brands, the Louis Vuittons, the Versace's, the Gucci, the whatever, the iPhones. We are just consumers. And any election that you do, all these companies have interest in it. You see why in Nigeria, you see the population over 230 million. Do you think iPhone doesn't have interest in your elections and they will sponsor you for you to get a person that they can put their company? Do you think China bringing all these generators, producing all these solar panels, do you think they won't make sure to sponsor what they want? Do you think that Port Harcourt, so-called Port Harcourt or whatever oil, do you think the Consa company that is over there, Consa, the Exxon company from America, do you think the Shell, they are not interested in bringing the person who can help them to pursue the agenda there? No. So this is the problem. African youth thought, oh, I'm going to queue and vote, but your vote does not count. It's not about your vote. It's about the person that we want. Go to Kenya. They took Uhuru Kenyatta out and brought in one guy called Ruto. They brought Ruto. Do you think Ruto is going to bring anything over there? No. He's going to bring anything new there. Because Ruto was being trained. Was being presented to them.
So what do we do?
So no, this is it. That's why I say, if I check all this continent, the youth of today, we fight a wrong battle. We shouldn't get involved in their conversation. We should start having a dialogue and intellectual, critical thinking about how for me to be a defensive to understand that if we truly want Africa to develop, I don't need them. When Chinese wanted to develop, they did not allow Harvard to give them award. But today, you and I talking know that when Africans want to be so proud, it is being honored by outsiders.
Odehyeeba, hold the fire. Obi, your thoughts?
No, he's absolutely right. Now, what happened, was before during the build-up of to the elections, we saw, most of the candidates went to a place called the Chatham House in the UK. We're talking about Nigeria's presidential candidates. They went to Chatham House in England to share their visions for Nigeria. All of them, including Obi, every single one of them went to the Chatham House in the UK to share their ideas and their visions, including the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. That is the organization or the institution that is supposed to that organizes election in Nigeria. Even the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood, was there at the Chatham House, and he also shared his vision and shared INEC, preparedness for the election. We saw Tinubu was there talking to people in London, what he intends to do for Nigeria. We saw Atiku, we saw Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, and of course even Obi. Now, when Obi went to Chatham House, 50% of the support I had for him reduced. Like he lost it when he went to Chatham House. He lost 50% of the support that I had for him. The reason why I still say, let Obi still go is because they're all thieves, But I think that Obi will be somehow it will be someone with conscience.
Obi,
compared.
with your
compared to the rest of them.
Okay, with your submission and with Odehyeeba, what you say, it looks like they are just reporting to the British as a colonizer, just as we do in Ghana as well. I see our politicians; they still hold Britain in a very high esteem. You know, they're still part of Commonwealth.
Absolutely, they do.
You know, most of them went to school in Britain or in America. So, if we really want freedom, as we so desire, if we really want development, as we talk as a people, and the people who are leading us report to another master, I don't think that our countries are free. Right. I think that just as Odehyeeba is saying, this is just an exercise that is being hanged on our neck. We spend a lot of money, we spend a lot of energy, we put people there, they print, they vote, and these guys will come and go and report to England, to America, because he said, iPhone has stake. We must buy their phone. We must not produce our phone. We must buy their shoes. We must not produce our shoe. We must buy their food. We must not produce our food. Do our people understand this game? And can they even understand it, since most of them were educated by them?
I don't think that our people understands what we are dealing with. You know, see, like I've said 1,000 times, you know, and I agree with what Odehyeeba has been saying. Results that we seek, you know, they will not necessarily come from the elections, you know, until I think that, you know, one critical aspect that we must focus on is the mind. Until we have a mental reformation, until we understand that we are at war, because we don't know that we are at war. We've been at war for the last 400 to 500 years, beginning from 1619. As a matter of fact, beginning from 332 BC, when Alexander of Macedon invaded North Africa, until the Arabs came, until 1619, when the Europeans attacked again, we've been at war, you know, so we don't know it. And we have been so conditioned, we've been so, you know, our state of mind has been so influenced that we see our enemies, our primary enemies, as the saviors, until the day we realize that the primary enemy of Africa is the United States, is the UK, is France, and their Western allies. These are the key primary enemies of Africa. Until the day we make this realization, you know, we will continue where we are. We will continue on this ugly trajectory. You know, so our people don't know it. You know, they think, oh, the white man, he's here to save you. The white man, he gave you God. He brought you out from the demonic African ways.
So when they are doing the elections in England, do we go there as observers?
Exactly. Have you seen? That is the same thing. That is the same thing. So what happened was they were having this, I think this was in 2019. They were having presidential debates in Nigeria. And I saw a white man, I think that guy is from the US, you know, he was asking questions to our presidential candidates. You know, I almost went and kicked him out, but then the security agents wouldn't let me because I was charging at him, but the security agents wouldn't let me. They held me because my anger was when we have our election, when they have the elections, do you see Nigerian journalists go and ask their presidential candidates? Do you see African journalists go and ask their candidates what they want to do? Who gives these people? Who gave them the right? You know, just a few days ago, the US, I'm going to send it to you after this. The US ambassador made a video asking Nigerians on what to do for the election. Now, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of State, with the US ambassador to the UN and some of their top diplomats. They all made this video telling Nigerians that we should go and vote as if we're their children. In 2015, I remember Obama made a video telling Nigerians. You remember that video, right? Obama made a video telling Nigerians to vote for the next chapter. That is, they should vote Goodluck Jonathan out, and vote in Buhari. As a matter of fact, do you know? Let me say this now. Obeng, do you know that the Nigerian government subcontracted a company called Executive Outcomes? It's a South African mercenary group. You should check it out. Executive Outcomes was a South African mercenary group that was subcontracted by the Nigerian government to help fight Boko Haram. What happened was that this organization, they were being very successful with their help, because what happened was the US government placed the US and other Western governments, they placed arms embargo on Nigeria. So Nigeria couldn't get arms. No countries are not willing to sell arms to Nigeria to defeat, these terrorists that were killing our people, because the US wanted that war to continue. Why? Because Boko Haram is a proxy of the CIA and they're using these terrorists to steal minerals. So we're talking about gold, we're talking about uranium, we're talking about californium, that they're stealing, thousands of tons of these minerals that they're exporting to the West. So the US government did not want an end to this battle. So what it did was that, they placed embargo on Nigeria, accusing the Nigerian military of what they call human rights violations. And so Executive Outcomes came into the picture, and we recorded a whole lot of success. But what happened was that Executive Outcomes came in at the end of Jonathan's government. So when Buhari became president, and this is coming from the chairman himself, his name is Eben Barlow. His name is Eben Barlow. You can Google it now. You can check the interview. EBEN BAROLOW. Eben Barlow on Boko Haram. Just check it out on YouTube. You will see the interview. And Eben Barlow, the chairman of Executive Outcomes, was talking about how Buhari, the Nigerian president, terminated their contract, even though they were recording success against Boko Haram, but they had to terminate their contract. And when they find out, and when they ask questions, they found that Buhari terminated their contract because the US government wanted the Nigerian government to terminate the contract with Executive Outcomes that was helping Nigeria to defeat Boko Haram. So you can ask, why would the US interfere in putting an end to Boko Haram? Because I know that these countries are out there to create crises, to exploit crises and steal resources.
All right, Obi, your voice is not clear, but it shows that the African youth, there's a lot that we need to know before we start to make a lot of these pronunciations. There's a lot that we really have to understand. The game is way bigger than we think. And just as you said, the real fight is the battle of our minds. Because when they tilt our mind to a certain area, we are looking for the solution where it is not. And is your voice back? Obi, is your voice back? Your voice is not back. So you have to. Is it okay? Maybe you re-log in. You can re-log in.
I think that we can't hear Obi. We can't hear him.
So Odehyeeba, continue. Yeah. Obi, re-log in and come back. Of course, so when you talk about some of these things, they don't want anybody to hear. So you can,
So, these are the problems that I always say, and I feel like speaking in my own language, because language is a code. Yeah, language is a code. Because as of the time we spent in China or in any country, they build themselves through their own security code. And even in America, they have their own security code. So if your country doesn't have a code, there's nothing you can do. Because even in African Union, if you go there, when you see them talking, they are there and they are listening to, they are taking points. They are talking,
points. They speak English, they speak Arabic, they speak Portuguese,
French.
They speak French, they speak Spanish, they speak everybody else.
Everybody's language, but nobody speaks our language. And
I don't even know if they speak Swahili there. We have a problem.
And this is a very terrible situation.
So you see, we are looking for development.
This is a very terrible situation that I think.
But we don't know the fundamentals.
We have to talk about it, and we see it as it will never help.
It's a big fight. It's a big fight. But those who are interested will learn. There are those who want everything, all the bones to be broken down, so that they can chew. But this is a big fight. This is something that we have to chew. And enjoy. What is about Koso?
Right. The air kind of say, the kakra air kind of say, open it out to me down.
Metonga.
Kakra air kind of say, let me switch to our Ghanaian people to understand this. And Kofona adiomo and found about 2 hours better. And found a school albeko. And your own interest in say, you be sakasaka, you move at it because. America, UK, the planet, the Encoso Africa, but so we will be a open at the uninquired now 2 I want to hear and into the money animal baby. I want to hear woman the Acoso, woman with the Acoso. Hell, will be crowd about and some better can any prepare some years later, but there be as no keep on complaining, saying, what's African ye politicians name I want to me. The Omubet I am telling you a fact. And you see, this operator, and I say, make a farmer hammer banner or the Obeyan or Yano. What mean go overboard and surprise so? Minia. But the only now at the end of the foundation, they say countries no more develop now. They start to think and talk about a near man to more be defensive. They started to be defensive, play defensive tactics. For example, in America. Obi onim say oh you very defensive and we have problems with America real. Me say me change companies I wouldn't why because I am very defensive and they always want to lecture you, they want to tame you down. They will never but so they can't give me an award because we are very defensive and they want you to be submissive to what their principles. It might be one day. I can never even live here. Meet in America, yo. I make it clear. I don't fear. Means throw. Because Hannah will say anything now to become again. And they are now ban me criticize me man constructive criticism. Me expose natural Ghana for say we a very good lady, very intelligent, many the attitude and the coordinate just understand what you don't. But say Obama no kwan no be a candidate for the call to use her to destabilize Obama Beman talk about Ghana no. And no me how. Because on say to say nyama bi okrom say ya America about 80% of money nyina kwakoye so-called single mothers. And oko ohwe the we are single mothers nintino enkora ne say obusa Ghana ni bi otia ejada ko obusia for obusa omu akora bi ayetete no ha bia a potential criminal. Akora bi a omotete no okrom 90% kora ni nyina parents ni suro say omma ni nyina baye nkora boni. Wodi me dentia because on send the family look up we be yentem. But here is the case here. Say no, you watch and talk about interview court in the Thomas Mama. Beman person who are no just or court any of the coronation playing grounds. But way papa. That's it. It's Sanyama Wenu, and you will be again say, as I see a one baby, who is hardly any was a begin and crophobia almost say, your free be identity, yes, you Albanibino, Menfam. Now, what do you say recently in UK? Church of England say it didn't work. Yes, true. Say, well, wouldn't be a cost where you. What is England for say Once Christopher Bompa, you say, our Father in heaven, who art in heaven. But just what Church of England say, we consider to ban that name. Britain for bande, say Yanko Ponya Beman, Untimin Casas and Nibio. Now, secret in say, and you will be into a DNT, and you will be say, a bedum rebino, on your bearman on your bar. Obi and your bearman will be no bow. And will be when the DSS would this or no support to establish with me. I need to say, Yamuanas had the fair enough. Respect will be a yate. But me say, on part of ours, no, Obi to me can't say, Mimi Yamidi and I'm imagining to me and Yanasa. Now, said your bayan no madi and Sadi and his bayan dumano. Men know, a dear friend economic development, ye won't be that because Yajan, ye did cast send 1 centimeter to me no resume money ye. And yet you bet me a reason. Now, Oko China, who company back will be any probably 5 or not 10, and the work company we the founders of the company. It's all because of their said the bayana productivity and I said the progress of the company will move. Open other all companies be bring Sebia, all the partners, including Kofa no weird manamwa. Go to America. All companies be able to be conform with on a chassis, be any probably 5 for no more body a company now succeed early as possible. For example, Apple company went to Steve Jobs started Tim Cook or Munyabe joining and the company no I established a big time and founders in every part of Africa. So person who the entire you better you be kasasa akosi e better no but all your companies now your company now what do companies South Africa now what do and because of it depend on single individuals individual companies. It or mistake a buyer easy no crash it down. But America no will not say no you do club yansa companies be supported a group in a building company. Obi the idea ni ba no obi amount for join. For example, Oko China your friend be Alibaba 10 set and then we billionaire. But you could be the company on one there be. But most of countless numbers. About multi-million companies in China. A group, a group na a company no. The entire ain't mean and say nipa ba occupy a friend Ghana African. Nipa ba kono or tenkesa Arabian or tenkesa Chinese or tenkesa Spanish or dwene say European or dwene American or dwene British. Nipa ba occupy no. Ghana needs single person. We nipa ba occupy now say yeah or dwene Chinese or dwene Spanish, European, French, American. At there is any power we want to catch us any power we can make a decision to move on. Now, the entire one nipa negine say nyina so ne say e obi interest say say mo adwene ne yes a me mfa tuo ne sika ma unche ne mbom meboa mo adwene na ye dia ye na what na ba bia wote ya. Enti ebi ne say ye mpese ye mayu an be develop na ye de ntokwa be show mo ne mema ntam dia quickly ye mfa the so called gender parity ntokwa ne nhyase mo ye nhyase gidigidi. Enti enya dia be ma na oba betini atena so omo reason bieu. A baby bite that had the anybody 10 of the past. There's going to be a heat argument between Obani Bema or Ghana. Me interested no because near him seka yes we battle to them every successful woman there's a behind a woman. It so who's will be a developer but you brother ko developer na say name ko ya there's behind madam be a friend Maria. So a baby banana said any policy ni and be introduce policy be through be almost claims from here elite here. We need to start to expose them. We need to tell them, say we want them, we don't want them to be menkaso makoye. Minimum we are giving them a constructive criticisms. Eti omo yes ade ni we are near the last resort in akwa jina election. Oh omo to aba we development beba. Who bond for where? For where? One catch us to aba we development.
That's how bad it to be.
Yeah, and on the results, will testify the American. The results will testify. So Nigeria election, Nigeria say, on my claim, on my yes, but because of say, there's no beard what in your standing through to develop to explain to them, say, start thinking by yourself. Don't allow them into their conversations and found conversation because. Francophone are smart and they always want to get you involved in their conversation. They are very smart. Strategy. Do Omanya do Bema, what the answer? Ye ko leader. O ko leader where they only be all baby yama. My leader keke, that's it. If I say, and then me know it's me, I been one juma. Naturally, me could do position. Be a very defensive because meaning, sir, I am here to defend what belongs to me. The Akajan will come out because, for example, me say Chinese for no, the internet they were very defensive. Obi also was fear the was on the take Harvard. Only me say Chinese are very defensive. And need to protect the majority of population, you know, how would they develop on? But if you be a more papa defensive, you know, the money you for. They are very useless children. As long as the father is very useless. So we say I could develop. I don't know how the own could develop Africa. Listen, problem is say one say anytime biano bibi ni basha say or Africa no or kono wanyini or the nyini or kono wanyini na or the yade de Africa. Because say no yade asie trimu say wuti help me share uni Ghana ni man ka say Africa yimurem ehonye ekwasifo ne go. So even America here Ghana for brainy Africans be person much say Africa yimurem bibianye. So because of say the yachire no ntino. Say enipa wo dwene say African ye no be den what mean say enipa na develop until so be man adwene na dia to Africa ye wo be develop no me Kwabena me tie me ntimi develop because enipa na no be develop na say Africa ye mure me ya bodamfo de gu ho en on tiase ye ntu be den no develop ntu want to say enipa na be tiase ye no untimi ne develop but Dubai for ni Arab for no Saudi Arabia for ni China for ni South Korea for no on nkro for na dwene atiase say ye kuro ni nyare ye ne ye yare ye nsa ye ho yade ye Ghana nyare o obi obeka che se Ghana yare bia woboa wote abroche no woka wo ye fellow ante ye wo suro woboa opese wo yi ne pampers no no ko wuo mo yate onyi yate ba so obeka che wo se Ghana ni Africa ye ngura mu na Africa is bad woboa wo ye fellow because the brony person ko da bia wo ka boni fa okuro mu eni tira me se me me a very defensive and the biano they me here's obi mpamasem and one day we can make tikro mu abi because now makobo enkofobi etem so no me say they diaspora o mo be sha sia ahwehwe me oh yes o mo be sha sia ahwehwe me but the here can say emabunu no say na no me to na me say group bi the fix the country fix Ghana whatever and me go say more fix the idea na more fix no or say we are forcing our leaders to do them. So no, you need to have a strategic fight where a unnecessary fight because you go say force the government so on fix it with the government don't mean for sorry. You must have a common agenda. Say when I say your money position you bet me fix it the year can nipa na no na the position na na and now na the bet now. Na ya wonti ya no mo se nyame adon na me dia ma be leader wo enya wo Ghana tie ni enya wo ene akufo de wi ni ode na ase akoma nyankopon wo kosi cathedral e de ada nyame ase mahama eba se si ya wo no so da ni nyame ase enya wo this is the distinction as what ase enti we are always fighting a wrong battle. And at first, not the politics. You don't need to follow politics like that because politicians they never create permanent enemy. Politicians in Africa does not create permanent enemy. That is why NDC Beko, APC Beko, PPP, they are the same people with the same character and futures. The only thing is that they have different mothers. So the people here are we interested in say. You today, me today, to start to be defensive, to defend what belongs to us. So one day when I take in charge, number yeah.
Obi stop but Obi can maybe or say oh yes sexist. Or say oh person ma be call money.
Matthias, Mami say one Mami say the person who the political establishment, you know, more description to bring you down. To create confusion, they use this words. Where you sexist, we are anti. Where you said we are anti. Quickly. Now we are share school for the now we use our words now. But oh, me say make us as a uti and the background at the me say, ya quarter mu, ye nim so ba and a yas say ya. It in your brother never try the respect I won't ba. TNA. Mimi near yes, why him now only the say him. TNA pa. It's the idea, you say. nifa dwane bonku dwane nifa and it of course I can remember yes I say he never say was say I tell say we nie and I mia it was him and the say hene it is a uni ba bia free a no akona na akere unyansa eti enya kwasi kokko na betre ye say oba ye Africa for ye muma obi obakasa bia aboa na any society obey your agent say won kwa we independent say me independent woman bia no wunya nkoda wo ye criminals there's challenges so oba bia no kwa bakasa maje nkoda ahwe ni bia no o face challenge enti obeti ya say nkoda bia bastards single parenting enye adentina senka the American officer me boa almost single parent enye adentia e kire wo say and some we this one come then we build it now in nkofo na mo create say west ni say o sha say wo tirem die ntia be ma say be ma continue to be a be ma almost we says ni say I will be interested say me say in America in Britain and men are weak men are very weak to the sense say they cannot be men anymore. Now, the entire mommy born and Abba and what you say the same agenda and enter on describe them yes, we are sexist. I mean, I know, but I say it happen. Obi obey so opesa obo do oma ma oba behave to be a woman, man to be a woman, they are no we enemy because they don't want to hear that. I know say some type of description and one area so when you want to say me say ye oba woman must be woman, female must behave female, man must behave a male. That's it. The aka obia interest in the opinion they should do it. But I'm saying is that on my continent, my race we have a female and male. Say oba dini le mu abema su dini le mu. That does not mean say obema control, but men control women. No way. It is not like that. We don't control anybody. We are all behaving the same way, equal right and respect. Because I cannot live without disrespecting my mother. That's what I say. You are not a human. You cannot live to disrespect your sister. How much more disrespecting your wife? It shows you or you're ignorant or you're very uneducated by self-consciousness. So a moment you allow Uncle to tell you, say, you don't know yourself. But I have never allowed anybody to tell me that I don't respect my woman. No way, no, their description cannot be valued. I don't value their description. So now, the idea say, Obi Busa say, na edi aduma na Ghana oba bi kopa ya mfa mana nye na yede ma be ma ye. Ana ntokwa bi obi Ghana ememe kuma na a question. Edi obi anu no oba bi ko Ghana ho. It's all about e wadwene da utrim ene de opese wo ye. Eno na okwa okwa no de aduma du ana usumi come kan bi a wo oba no you don't want to listen to me say be a woman and help to build yourself. But you always want another way, the shortcut way which they will use you, and then you start to cry, you start to complain. And this is a typical character of a human. It's not about a man or a man. In America here, see, especially in Ghana, Ghanaians and Nigerians, a woman can be here or an American citizen. It's not in America or Canada. They know all these things.
All right. Odehyeeba, hold on. Let Obi join us. I want us to wrap up. Obi, welcome back.
Thank you. I hope I'm very audible now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay. I don't know what happened. I got kicked out. I tried coming back in for some reason. It wouldn't let me.
All right.
The StreamYard wouldn't let me. Said my system doesn't support StreamYard. What am I just saying?
No,
but regardless,
we can.
Have you lost me again?
Not clear. There. Are you using earphone?
No. I don't have any earphone. Maybe I can try and.
Okay. So check. Let's see.
Maybe I can try an earphone.
It's a bit okay now.
Yeah.
It's clear now. Yeah, it's clear.
I don't know. It's okay. Oh,
it's okay now.
Okay.
So
yes. Okay. Yes. So like I was saying earlier, before I got cut off, I was talking about Eben Barlow. Eben Barlow, I don't know if you heard when I mentioned his name.
Yes.
Did you hear me mention the name of Eben Barlow?
You did. You said, is it Boko Haram?
Yes, Eben Barlow, he was the chairman of executive outcomes. Please, let me know when you stop hearing me. If you can't hear me anymore,
No, it's okay.
just let me
Go
know.
ahead.
It's okay now.
Yes. So okay. So Eben Barlow was the chairman of. He still is the chairman of executive outcomes. Executive outcomes happens to be a South African mercenary group. They were subcontracted by the Nigerian government to help in the war against Boko Haram. Now, if you Google if you search on YouTube the interview Eben Barlow granted Al Jazeera, you will hear him talk about how his contract with the Nigerian government was terminated because the US doesn't want them to defeat Boko Haram. You know, the United States government put pressure on the Nigerian government to terminate the contract the Nigerian government under Goodluck Jonathan had entered with executive outcomes. So you ask, why would the US government intervene why will the US government sabotage Nigeria's war on terror? And why will the Nigerian government of Muhammadu Buhari allow the United States government to pressure it to terminate the contract that the Nigerian government under Goodluck Jonathan entered with executive outcomes in the war against Boko Haram? Now, like I said earlier, in 2015, we saw that the United States government, they didn't hide it, they interfered in our elections, and we saw how some Nigerian governors were invited to the State Department. Some Nigerian governors were asked to go to the US to meet with US officials so that they could discuss how a new government can be installed in Nigeria. So in 2015, the US government financed and sponsored the Nigerian election that saw the defeat of Goodluck Jonathan. So the Muhammadu Buhari's presidency came to power on the backs of the US government. So when the US decided that they wanted to sabotage Nigeria's war against terror, I don't think, I felt that Buhari couldn't have done anything to stop them. Because of what they did in bringing him to power, he had to allow it to happen. So that is why, I think that as a people, it's important we understand who our enemies are, where the attacks are coming from, and like I was saying earlier, until we realize that Africa's primary enemies are the United States, France, Britain, and all their Western allies, the day we realize that these are the people that are our primary enemies will be the day, we will start making progress. So I was disappointed when I saw some of the presidential candidates in this election going to the Chatham House to tell people in London what they would do for Nigeria. I couldn't process it. Why would Nigerian presidential candidates from Atiku Abubakar to Bola Tinubu to Peter Obi to and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, and even the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, they all went. Why would they go to London to share their visions for Nigeria to people in London? It's as if we don't have any kind of freedom. We still take permission from these people on things that we want to do. We have to go and tell them to say, hey, our masters, this is our blueprint for Nigeria. Are you in support of this blueprint? I intend to create 5 million jobs for 8 years. Do you approve of it? If you don't, just let me know so that I can change, certain policies if I become
Okay.
president. So
Okay,
we seek permission from them.
Okay, let's hear from Yao. Yao.
Oh, Mr. Obi, good evening, good evening. Any more here for you now?
Yes, good evening.
Mr. Obi, I'm here.
Yeah.
And you really audition about I be and then I said so, and a foot on a casapa. Now I can come back on and say, and now, and the man now audition back, canning in no. The can't come back on and say, yeah, a busia, Ghana for. Yeah, the abusia, family system no. And you crew. And you crew, na your money. And this will be now, or the sea obusia anymore. Obusia to me and your crew. So busia and your crew, the crew, busia to me and your money. And he say, a bit my idea can see so to me, dear boy, home. As a me and you could busia home. A busia an idea. Yo, yananum, unianum, your fast for any more marker. And so say, a baby, say, me and you are near Macron and country, Nibu, and I been infantine, Nagati Nibu, by your known cabro full fee. Eh, yet you crew imuno. A dear bunch in a bank and in a quillini adameno. I feed the ending crown and cabro full fee. Now no more car tree near house and a crowd there, and you, sir. Or this year when I miss you, Mr. Obi. Now go out of my wish, you be 6 months, you be here. Me too, quite a trim. What did I say? Me trim. Oh yeah, me trim. And then Mr. Message and Mr. Me post on status.
That's right.
6 months you be here. You need to be doing come. You be catch you at home. You don't be catch you with go for your casa. Germany need be no friend no adman. China need be no what you go samoa. You need to phone back casa. You be chum see the end papa. Sana China the start here and you didn't know. Inti the odwuma o ye no isrew koso ode sheba ema obamu ye den pabota wachi nyakopon ya adoma 6 months bi hia kakra mbeka wan
That's it. That's it. Obi, if you didn't hear, he was talking about the family unit. He says that you can't build a country without having, let's say, a town or a city, and that city or town is built on family. You know, so if somebody wants to destroy the country, then they will go to the
attack the family structure,
and we must protect the family structure.
Yes, and just to add to what my brother has been saying, using these celebrities. Now there's a celebrity, you know, here in Nigeria. They call her Ini Edo, and recently this lady, she's not married, but she went and had a child. You know, now I think she used a surrogate, you know, to get a child. So what that has done is that because these quote unquote celebrities, they have so much influence on millions of young people, what it has done is that you now see young women would think that that's the way to go. I don't need a husband. Why should I have a husband when I could just, you know, have a child through surrogacy? So the family structure is being attacked, and the family structure is being attacked, and it is the only way to cripple any society. If you look at our brothers and sisters in America, the African Americans, you will notice that in the 50s and 60s and 70s, these people knew what they were doing. They were up in the games, you know, they knew what they were doing. They had strong family units. But what happened was that beginning from the 80s and 90s, the black family structure in the US was attacked. And it's the only way to take power away from people. You know, so if you look at the black family structure in the US, you know, it is terrible. You know, single parenthood has, you know, it has gone off the roof. You know, single mothers. There are millions of black American women that are single mothers. You know, and it is that same narrative that is, you know, they're trying to push on the continent. You know, we have to be careful that we don't allow it to happen, because it will weaken us. It will make us to be, it will make us to be targets. And again, children that are raised by single parents, I've seen it. Some of them don't really turn up well, because they're easily influenced. So when you grow up in a family where there is no man, the way you think will be different. You don't know what it means to be under authority. You don't know what it means to live a certain way. So we have to be careful that this war, because it's a war that's being waged on us. We have to be careful that this war do not succeed. And I think that my brother was also talking about China. If you look at what Mao Zedong did back in the 40s, back in the 30s, 40s, and back in the 50s in China, you would see that when they started the Chinese Revolution, they had to ensure that all Westerners leave China. They don't want any influence from the US, from France. Every single Western values out of this country. It was in the 80s that they started rebuilding relationship, with the West, because at that point they've already created a certain mindset for their people. So they opened. So when my brother was talking about us being on the defensive and making sure that we protect our values, he knows what he's saying. So in the 80s, when China has become a country, when the Chinese ideology and the Chinese societal values has been infused into the people, they decided to open up. At a point, do you know that because they were in the process of nation building, they said you can only have one child in China. But right now, they are paying couples to have 3 children. If you give birth to 3 children, we'll give you $3,000. Or we pay for you to go have you can travel, you can go for vacation for a month. We'll pay for it. Now, a country that was punishing you for having 1 child is now telling you have 3 children, we'll pay you money. Why? Because they have certain guidelines. They are building a nation. They know what they are doing. They know when to go on the inside. They know when to interact with the outside world. They know when to shut down. They know when they know what to do to ensure that their people abide by their values as a society. I think is the same step, that we should take. I'm not saying that we should say, oh, give birth to only 1 child. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the same way they were able to, close their borders to build a nation, be on the defensive and protect themselves, we too can do something similar, so that our values do not escape. So I agree, and I'm so thankful that you brought my brother to this program. I'm really excited with his points, and I'm glad that there are people who are seeing what is being done, because it's an invisible war, So you don't know, but something is happening, and the fact that there are Africans who are looking at them and who know what they are doing gives me joy. Well done, brother. Thank you.
Obi, thank you. Let me add this to it. This is my own experience in America. I've been to a lot of radio programs in whether New Jersey, New York, California, Washington, with our brothers here, African Americans, which they want to understand who is an African man. See, I've been attacked. I've always been kicked out, attacked that, no, you Africans, you bully women, you do. I said, no. They use these certain words, you are sexist, you are that. No. That's what I'm telling them. Hey, right. The reason why African cannot click with an American, whether they're so-called white or black, is, see, we know I am a man. I want to be a man, and you are a woman, and I want you to be a woman. But in a situation they don't want you to talk about it, that is where the war starts. When they start this conventional war, human conventional war. Listen, when they start this conversation that they say women are so powerful, they want to be women's right, that's good. Nobody have taken any right from anyone. But it is in a game to make sure a war between you and the guy. It's not about anything because they know that bring some women out. Women enjoy that toxic and pandemic or epidemic programming. That is where they influence the houses. So who are the target? Go back to all this. Anytime I said to people, I say anytime you go to America and you want to see those who are being thrown out, go to Martin Luther King Boulevard. Anytime you see Martin Luther MLK Boulevard, Malcolm X Street, you see, then you know where you are entering, where you are going. You see, and go there and see how the program has destroyed these families. And if you want to see bad boys, if you want to see children who don't want to go to school, who are being so ghetto gangsters and these bad boys on the street, is this area that I'm talking about. So those as a Ghanaian, do you think I am so interested to bring a woman down in order to destroy my child? Do you think I'm so stupid? Do you think an African man is so stupid that to waste your time, let your wife give birth, get pregnant for 9 months, give birth, and then you said, I want to destroy my child? Do you think we can do that? We want that? No, we don't want that. And we are not like that. And nobody can say we are that. It's because you have accepted their own description as, oh, if I say it, I am going to be targeted. I am going to be sexist. I am going to be anti. No, you are not anti. You are being defensive to protect what belongs to you.
Misogynist.
They have
misogynist.
Exactly. They all got this description. So anytime I enter into their programs, they say, oh, this African is typical African. They have their terms. You are not civilized. I know what this is. Oh, you are not civilized. You live in America. You need to be. So no. In order for me to be civilized in America, I would rather be a villager in Africa. But I live in America as an African. They should listen to this. You see, a lot of people fear this, that they live in America or Canada, so they want to behave like America. No, I am not American. I am African. Because if you go to Ghana, Nigeria now, Americans have lived in Africa for centuries. Have they tell you that they behave like Nigerians? Have they tell you they behave like Ghanaians? Africans who are dumb, who are ignorant, trying to live in somebody's country and behave like he is an American, he is an British. They see you as an intruder, you are alien. No matter the passport that you have, you are an alien. So in order for me to live my life as an alien, I live my alien life. Even though that I'm not living in my country. Now, this is the case. See, I am interested to build my people. I am interested to build my people as the same as the British are interested to build British. The same as the interest that Americans are interested to build Americans, as Chinese or Arabs. Why? What is wrong for African to protect what belongs to him? It's because you are the target. And you believe, and you want them to educate you. But for me, me. So I'm going to be a mystery. That is why I am saying on authority, Nana Namwa is in Ghana, a journalist, should tell us her sponsors of that show, which is going to happen on the 7th of March. We don't want to hear any Ghanaian lady saying, I am a single mother and I don't need a man. You don't need a man. We don't want to hear that philosophy in Africa.
Right.
Never help Americans.
I am 100% in support of you. You know, the comment that just came up now is so profound because, okay, earlier today when we were casting our votes, during the process, to tell you about our values as a people, guess what happened? We gave special preference to pregnant women. If you're pregnant, we don't want you on the queue. Don't stand and wait, please. You're pregnant. If you're an elderly person from 65, 70, please don't stand under the odd sound. Go vote. The young people will stand and wait. You know, this is how, as African people, we live our lives. We have values. In the West, it doesn't matter if you're pregnant or not. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter if you're an old person or not. They don't care. Is that the kind of society we want? That when you get old, they now go and dump you in a care home, and nobody is there to look after you properly. Growing up, we know what our grandparents do. Our grandmothers, we always go, they tell us stories. Our grandmothers become the custodians of the family. They tell you stories. We were raised by our grandmothers. And so we are now going to abandon all these values and take our grandmothers to care homes and dump them there, and then they live miserably and die? Is that the things that we want? For someone to say, oh, I'm a single mother, and then you're proud of it. So like I said, we must push back, and we must ensure that our people understand that this is a war on our values as a society. We can't take this. We can't take this with kid gloves. This is an existential battle. If we fail, we are going to lose our identity as a people. The solution is simple. The solution is for our people to be awareness. We must create awareness. We must tell our people the importance of the family structure. It is a necessity. We must tell our people that those who are pushing the narrative of non-binary identity, how can you even say you're a non-binary person? You're not a man, you're not a woman. Who are you? What are you? Are you an extraterrestrial? You have the physiology of a man, and you say that you're a woman. I don't understand. How?
Obi, one second. Before, let me ask something to you that sometimes when we are talking to our people, like they are African, typical African, some people see us, maybe we are just not deceiving them. Now, give me one minute. Let me tell you recently what Donald Trump, we see when the spirit hits you, when the music hits you, you feel no pain. Donald Trump is a so-called white guy. He do a lot of something that a lot of people don't disagree with him, that he's always messing up. Now, when he see the truth, want to be the president again, listen to what he said about this thing that we are talking about. Like, if it is not in America that now, listen here. I want to play this, and 1 minute, one second.
Joe Biden's cruel policies called gender-affirming care. It's a process that includes giving kids.
Odehyeeba, we are not hearing you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
And Kwabena.
Okay, so say what?
Okay, it's better. Yes.
Will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age. The Department of Justice will investigate Big Pharma and the big hospital networks to determine whether they have deliberately covered up horrific long-term side effects of sex transitions in order to get rich at the expense of vulnerable patients, in this case, very vulnerable. We will also investigate whether Big Pharma or others have illegally marketed hormones and puberty blockers which are in no way licensed or approved for this use. My Department of Education will inform states and school districts that if any teacher or school official suggests to a child that they could be trapped in the wrong body, they will be faced with severe consequences. I will ask Congress to pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female, and they are assigned at birth.
Absolutely.
The bill will also make clear that Title IX prohibits men from participating in women's sports. No serious country should be telling its children that they were born with the wrong gender, a concept that was never heard of. In all of human history, nobody's ever heard of this, what's happening today. It was all when the radical left invented it just a few years ago.
Okay, so on the reality, it is not we are making any news. It's even in America, the Americans are struggling. How much more we? So are those people want to tell us that we are so stupid that we don't want to learn? As long as the British are learning, any country are learning, they don't want to tell us we Africans don't need to learn. We don't need to be a defensive. We don't need to protect my family. Is that what they are telling us? No. With all due respect to our young ones, so there are some things are coming that you have no idea. And today you might be lucky that I risk my life trying to travel to some country, live there, and I'm giving you this information. So don't downplay it, because one day you will regret it that you think you might start or you might build a family, but you can't build a family. Somebody's interest that you can't build a family.
Yeah, Odehyeeba, the thing is that, you see, many Africans have been educated by them, and many Africans love to be civilized by Europeans, Americans. Many Africans want to be Islamic and Christian. The problem is that many of these people have never been trained and developed as Africans, proud to fight and defend Africa. So much of our work will be, in as much as they've been conditioned to be Europeans, conditioned to fight for everybody but their people. We need to create the awareness, as Obi said, and be defensive, as Odehyeeba said, that the generation of Africans who can stand for the values and protect these values will be the Africans that have been taught, intentionally conditioned, intentionally been made aware that if it comes to culture, if it comes to humanity, we are way ahead. And we are not the ones who learn from the others.
Absolutely.
If anybody, if anything,
they should learn from us.
They should learn from us.
Absolutely.
So you are not trying to be civilized. For instance, in Ghana, I think you don't. When I hear equality, sometimes I say, but in Ghana, who is stopping women from becoming anything? These are queen mothers. Go to market and see. Women drive a lot of the big cars. We have problem. I agree. Some men will take advantage because of money, and but culturally, we don't look down upon women because they are women. Some people try to bring this equality, and they use it through their teaching. So you have a generation of educated women who are trying to say that women empowerment. But really, if you look at our culture, women have never been, if there's any English word, disempowered. It's just somebody's interpretation as to how a woman must be equipped, and they don't understand some of these things. And so when we take their part, we will then destroy the whole fiber. So you go anywhere.
If I may chip in, Obeng, now, if you look at the history of Africa, you will find that we have thousands of queens and women that have risen up and led societies. So when they talk about equality, I begin to wonder, is this talk about equality for them or for us? In Ghana, we have Yaa Ashantewa, who led a revolution. We had the likes of Queen Azinga. We had, Queen Renova from Madagascar. I don't know if I pronounced her name correctly. I must have mispronounced her name. We've had several women queens, godmothers. Even in my part of Nigeria, do you know? My part of Nigeria, the woman owns the child, just like in Ghana. It's a similar culture. The woman owns the child. The reason why
in that kind of culture, yes.
Yes,
So
the woman owns the child.
Yeah. I have to trace my Muslim from my mother, not my father.
Right. And if in our traditional cycles, as a traditionalist that I am, if I want to make consultation, they don't ask my father's name. They ask my mother's name. What's the mother's name? What's the mother's name? That's what they ask for. So where is the maltreatment coming from? It is only in Europe where women have never even been allowed to be queens until recently. Until very recently, women have been so suppressed by European men. As a matter of fact, the reason why they have their so-called care homes is because due to their environment, and this is their history, if you get to a certain age that you can no longer provide for the family, what happens is that they would take you and go and dump you in the forest or go and dump you in the snow so you can just die off. This was what they were doing to their old people. But when they started becoming civilized, they then came up with the concept of care homes for their elderly people. So instead of just taking them to the forest to go and dump them to die, they decided to go and keep them somewhere. that they call care homes. This is the origin of the care homes. So in any way, shape, or form, we don't share the same values, with the Europeans. So the fact that our people, will not pay close attention to our values, they don't pay close attention because they've been educated in Western ways. They don't want to bring Western values to Africa. I feel that it is really it is discouraging. And someone is saying that this is too much sexism going on. This is beyond. This is not a joke.
Okay, you know what?
Obi,
please, let's invite that person to join us. See, it's not a matter of like we don't invite women. See, the name is the arrival. So, Mr. Darko, if you can invite that person to come in, you invite that person. We are having a conversation. We are not here to argue. We are here to reason. So, if that person will be allowed to join us. But if you don't want to join, it means you have an agenda.
So this is not something that we have to play with. We are talking about the survival of the family structure. The family is the base of the society. If you want to destroy any society, you must attack and destroy the family unit. We must make sure that as African people, we protect the family unit. We must make sure that women are encouraged to marry and not become single mothers. Men too must be encouraged, to be able to raise families. So whether you're a man or a woman, the idea of single parenting is something that we should discourage. So we are talking about an existential issue. This is not something. These are not things to play with.
I think that we should talk about our problems, our women problem, and not look for the solution from the Western culture. I think that if you try to bring the solution from the West to say that we are looking down upon women, then I have problem. We may have our challenges. So we look within and say, this is how we solve our challenges. If a woman have troubles, we solve it at our level. It's not, you don't bring the way that a woman is groomed in England, a white woman, or in America, to say that this is how women must be treated equal. Because their history, as you said, has not supported that. If you compare the two histories, you see that we have done fairly well. They are just trying to tell us that we have not treated our women well. They just bring it. But if you look at it well, our women have not been more treated. We may have our hiccups, we may have our challenges.
And it's everywhere.
Yes,
everyone has a challenge.
If you look at the composition, the family composition, and where they want to push it, we will have challenges if we follow them.
Right. Mr. Darko, now, you see, the arrival, the person that sending this message says, please let women speak for themselves. You can't be strictly whatever. We are talking about the ruling class. We are talking about average woman, not queen mothers. Okay, so the arrival, we like to have a conversation as a sister,
you may join.
We have to have a conversation. Yes. So that we as Africa, I'm talking as an African, I'm not talking about America. And I'm not interested in fighting for somebody's cause. I am saying that there are things that you said disenfranchised women. In Ghana, we don't disenfranchise women over there. There's nothing like disenfranchising women in Africa. And secondly, we don't take any description or any narrative from someone to give it to us. We don't take that. So my sister or my mother or my younger sister or my whatever, we are calling you for a discussion for you to understand how we Africans live our life. Nevertheless, if you are an African, maybe if you have forgotten yourself, we will have a discussion, we will reason, and then we will identify ourselves that, okay, this is happening elsewhere. We don't want this to happen here. We would never offend anybody. I have never offended anybody because, no, there's a saying that an antelope and the leaf, the cocoyam leaf. Antelope always cocoyam leaf. And one day, cocoyam leaves start to cry. Then antelope got upset. Why are you eating me? Then antelope got upset. This is a clear scenario. Some people are pursuing an agenda, and we are saying we don't need this. Yet they got offended. What is wrong? It means you have something what you prefer, want to impose something on me, and I don't want it. So I don't want the African family and values to destroy. That is why we are telling you this is an agenda. The agenda going on is that one day there's going to be a heat argument, heat fight between a male and female. And they won't tell you, you are not going to be taught in school or taught in school. No one, the church will never allow you to know this. I'm telling you, one day it's going to be like a mother or a mother will be like, I am in charge of the house, and then the children will start to destroy. As the example is elsewhere. Example is elsewhere that even those who will tell you the truth in America, they are running away with their kids to Africa to go and raise them. If they say I'm lying, I can give you series of evidence. And one thing that Africans must listen. See, when they hear you talking from whether they say, oh, you live in America or Canada, listen, these are the countries they are telling you that freedom of speech. So don't fear for me. Don't think I am saying something that they haven't said it before. Even their own self, the so-called white people are discussing this, not how much money they are discussing and protecting, being defensive. Even, we just play a tape from Donald Trump, who is a so-called white supremacist. Am I lying? It's not how they describe him.
Yeah. Anyway,
it is not me. Yeah, I'm a legend.
So the arrival. No, I have daughters. I have mother. I have grandparents. I live with my grandmother and my grandfather. There was total respect. I will not disrespect women. I have workers who are women.
That's right.
But what these so-called equality people are pushing, gayism, now you don't even know whether you're male or female, that is not the way forward. If they push this, can we imagine the next 100 years where the world will be?
Terrible place for us to live. And
this is not something that they know. It's not their strength. If it comes to humanity, it's not the strength of the West. Their track record has not been good with the way they treat humans. Now they are trying to, but they are not the ones to call for equality and those things. People don't have that kind of trouble. It's like you trying to push gayism on Africa as if it's a problem. That's not one of our problems. That is not a major problem in Africa. No. I wonder why they are not pushing a lot of effort in fighting racism.
No.
You know, racism is a global issue. They are not putting a lot of effort to do that, to stop it, even in America. Look at racial issues. But they would rather jump and go into things that if we embrace this kind of culture, where is our strength? We may be gone the next minute. You know, so I think that women we may have our challenges, yes, but women are not badly treated at all. And we should not be ashamed of how we cherish women. They are rather trying to tell you that there is no equality and those things. They are trying. We may have our problems. I'm not saying we don't have problems. But if you really want to measure it, don't let anybody from the West come and tell you how to treat women. No.
We don't need that.
No, they don't have it.
We don't
have it at all. They just try to push things on women which they were not designed for. You know, there's a design. Woman, that's why you have a man that's why a woman will have look at the physical features of a woman. It's different. You know, so you can come on your phone will be fine. You know, so I think it's a discussion where we are wrong. Yes, we will accept that. But if you copy what the white woman, what the white man is preaching, they will destroy the world. They are not that strong in that. They have not been good with this, even up to date. Look at the salaries they give to their women. You see, it's really people who have not studied a lot of history, African history particularly, who try to raise white people when it comes to these things. They have not been that good. It's not true. Look at America. How many women presidents have they had?
Oh.
But yet they are trying to teach the world about equality.
That's right. And I see there's one thing that I wanted to say it when they were talking about election here and then whatever. You see, these people sometimes the thing that they tell us is not what they do, and it's we that we need to understand this. See, Mr. Darko, when you come to America, there was a time that a pandemic hit the whole world, which is called the corona. They say it's from China or whatever. See, when you get to a situation in a serious situation, Americans will never talk of right. They talk of the law. So when they want to force everybody to wear masks, did you hear them talking about your right?
Right.
People are funny. People are funny. Now, listen, anybody that you live in America, see, in America, when they said it's a law, wear a mask, they don't care about your right. It's not about your right. It is about the law. So this shows us that when Africans want to develop, it is not by a right. It's about the law that people say we want to develop. That's it. We want to build the roads. We want to build factories. That's it. And that's what the China did. And that's what America did before they built their foundation. It is not about so-called the right. It is not about any right. Which right? Nobody have taken any right from you. But when we come together and we say
it means that if they don't want you to build, they will be talking about right.
Anytime you see any problem hitting any country, start mentioning it. If you are any political student, start checking it from the Afghanistan, the Iraqis, the Nepals, India, and the African continent. Start checking them. Anytime
anyway,
you hear right.
Odehyeeba, let's wrap up in the next 10 minutes.
I think somebody is in it.
So I wish the arrival, if you're a lady, I wish you could join us. If you can't, maybe you can write your thoughts. But the respect we have for women is through the roof. Okay, but if you have people trying to push young women to say that they have to be independent, the men are sitting on them, I'm not sure. Yes, some men may have their problems, but generally, they are not sitting on anybody. As they come to teach you to say that. And you accepted that. Go to any class and see the women are there. So, and for continuity's sake, women cannot decide to say that we don't want to give birth again. Then there will not be any society.
But that is where, if you can, am I audible?
Yes, go ahead.
That is where it is heading to, and that is why I am sad that our people do not understand this. We are going towards what they call the transhumanism future, the future where humans will no longer be humans. That is where all this is going to. The future where AI will intermarry with humans, where we're not going to have. I was watching an interview, and now they're saying that we shouldn't even give children names. We should give them numbers. They should grow up and decide a name for themselves that will fit into the gender that the children will assign for themselves. That it is, I was watching this interview that we are stepping on the right of the children by giving children names. Because we don't know what a child wants to be. If the child wants to identify as a man or as a woman. So when you give a child a name, what happens is that you also assigned a gender for the child. So the child is going to function within this frame that you've assigned for the child. So this is where they're going to. This is when will it stop? Now we can't even give children names. When will it stop?
When will they stop? When we stand up, they will stop it.
No, because they are trying to create a future where, our identities as we have them now will become irrelevant. It is going to be a future of, humans merging with AI, where we're going to be identified, we will be identified as numbers, not as names, not as men, not as women, not as boys, not as girls. This started. What do you think is going to happen in the next 50 years from now? In the next 100 years, if there's no pushback, we're going to lose our humanity. This is not just.
I think, yes, as I said, they don't have this strength. The Europeans, the whites, have not had this strength. And so they are not the ones to lead this course. And I think Africans will stand up. I think Indians should stand up. I think the Chinese should stand up. Because if they lead this part, they will destroy the race. They will destroy the race. And look through. I mean, when we were growing up, they were saying all kind of things. And the thing about us is that we wait for them to cook anything and push it on us and we accept it. Instead of us to sit down and design say, this is how we want our women to go. This is how we want our family to go. This is how we want, I mean, look at the last year, it was a major issue in Ghana. Maybe Ghanaians stood up and they tried to push it back a bit, but they will come back again with it. And now you see the other way that they are trying to go. They are going through the young women and trying to, tell them that they have. I don't think that all these ladies that are in the media, I don't think anybody is against them. They just have to know. Okay, so you, please, you can go ahead and talk. The Arava, let's hear from you.
I think the Arava is she have joined us. I think Arava has joined us. Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Everyone,
Can you
yes.
hear me?
Hi. Good evening.
I just wanted to say, Mr. Obeng Darko, I've been watching you for some time now. I like the way you think. I like the way you articulate how to get liberation and your financial literacy and advice and all that. But in this panel, I think the mistake that you are making here is that most of the people here are men. You as a man, as a privileged class, cannot sit there and decide or say that women have not been disenfranchised. You have to hear from the other group to see their perspective, to see their point of view. I understand that you are afraid of all these other agendas being pushed, but you have to tackle the fact that women are seen as a second class, or they're seen as not just seen, but then this is systematically throughout the years that women have been disenfranchised is a fact. For example, in Ghana, when we gained our independence, there were a lot of women that helped. But when you talk about independence and how we got there, women's name have been blotted out. And it's a fact. You cannot just say that. I understand that we may not have necessarily treated women the way maybe Europeans have been. Trust me, I am fully Pan-Africanist. But we have to learn to, like, these grievances that people have. We have to learn to bring everybody. If you want everybody to be on the same page and to fight together for us to be strong, you cannot leave 50% of the population out of the struggle. If they feel aggrieved, your fight or your battle, you have lost it even before.
All right. I appreciate your point. But this discussion was on elections and was on, it was not even on women inequality. Now, if you bring our problems as Africans, absolutely, I'm with you. But if the inspiration, like most of the people who have tried to fight for women's rights, the inspirations have come from the Western understanding of human rights. And I think that is a challenge. We have to solve our problems with where we are. If you say that independence, for instance, we have not really talked about the presence of women. Yes, you're right, but a lot of the times, the people who bring these things out, many of them are the people that have brought the world to where we are now, where a child cannot even say I'm a male or female. So at what point do we separate that? And on the panel, actually, we have not said that women should not join. So that's why we were pushing that you will join. So wherever we add, we will accept that. But seriously, I think that the problems we have in terms of gender and how it's being, like the way people, international discussions will come to Ghana or Nigeria and try to talk about rights. And you look at the people talking about rights and you look at their track record, that makes me, so if you add, you can bring those out. And I would not stand anywhere to say that we don't have problems. We have, but I think that we have a lot of pluses as well. So I don't know if you would maybe look at it from that point.
Okay, let me clarify my stance.
Okay.
I absolutely agree with you that our battles with each other and our grievances should not be interfered with by outsiders. I absolutely agree that there are agendas being pushed, but that does not negate the fact that there are issues that are real, even if other people try to exploit those issues. There was a time where I was on YouTube and then I saw these NGOs from America and whatever. They had gone to a village in the eastern region where they were talking to women, telling their women that they should allow their men to help them do housework and all these things, which is wonderful. But I had a problem with that. And I went into the comment section and then I told them, if this is not about, it's not about that. Let us sort our problems ourselves. If we have problems with our men, we will sort it out ourselves. What you should do is try to promote fair trade and give Africans the right to fairness, and we need to have representation, and we have our own. I don't know how to explain it, but then we should be empowered by ourselves in the global stage. They should not come into our internal affairs and try to micromanage us there. Whatever we have with each other, we will sort it out ourselves. So I fully understand what you're saying, but then we cannot say that everything that we are complaining about as women is as a result of the West or as a result of outsiders. Is this what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I understand that. I said yes. I said that we may have our problems. I agree, and I side with you 100%. I side with you 100%. Where a woman is on a panel, and they are talking as if she's not present.
Yeah.
Until she asserts her power. But I wouldn't say anything.
Okay. I want to come in.
Take it over.
My sister, you're welcome. I most appreciate your time here. Thank you for coming join us, my sister. And as Obeng Darko said, we never said that we Africans or Ghanaians, we don't have a challenge or a problem, and then we need to solve our own issues. Now, the case that we are talking about, it looks like we are all in the same lane. We are saying that we need to solve our own issue. We don't need any agenda to tell us to define us that your women are this, your women are that. Because elsewhere that they are bringing this agenda, it is not well there. I don't know wherever you live, but right now you can't tell me that people living in America or UK are far better than women living in Ghana out of economic opportunities. See, I was coming from a place. Where I was coming from is from tracing my root as a people with our values. I was saying that based on our culture, there's no way our king disrespect the queen. That's what we are saying. Now, if people are being disenfranchised in Ghana now, it is the people; those are being trained and educated by the same people. Those are the people doing that. It's not the chief or the queen. Our queens have never done that to any woman. So we are all saying that these are the people that telling us to accept human rights or whatever right. These are the same people disenfranchising women from voting, and it's a crime. I call it a crime against humanity. So when we put that on aside, the rest, no way in our cultural setting that men have challenged our problem with women, because women see themselves as women and men be on their lane. That is why I got interested in Nana Namua's picture that she used Yasantua's picture to say that if the men couldn't fight, they are going to fight until the last breath. And I got a problem with that, to the extent that which war, which fight, she should come clear. Which fight? Because using that Yasantua picture, and as long as I am a historian, I understand my culture. Yasantua did not go to the war by herself only. She will be supported by the men. About our culture, we support the men and women support us. That's why we have in a say in our can. So Obeng be what to are not being a support. For example, Obeng Darko come on and This is how we live our life. This is our settings. And this have nothing to do with sexism or anti-women or whatever. No. Elsewhere, they can do that because for them, they have a history record of disrespecting women. Even in the UK, 250 years ago, no voting until just early 1800s. So these are the history. If you go to America, it will happen the same way. So we are not here to defend them. We are here talking about ourselves. So my sister, here, we will never allow anybody to tell us how to respect our women because that's why I said it. I will never disrespect my sister, my mom. How much more somebody's daughter call a wife? We never have done that. We haven't done that. But in the eyes of people trying to prove that one day your female philosophy will be disappeared. That is why we are coming from this angle. So people have to pay attention to and understand things. It's not about you, the woman, that we hate you. It is an agenda that one day there won't be an existence of a female. That's what I can say.
In order not to derail the conversation, maybe I might have derailed the conversation. Maybe there should be a panel, a different panel where we can talk about this, because I came in when you were talking about this stuff and I was like, wow, you you want us to join together and fight, and you are totally discrediting
No.
what we are saying.
Okay, but it's okay.
That
it's key. Your points are valid. And for me, it's I don't have strength to debate with women. That's a fact. So
no, Obeng is not.
Obi, Obi talk.
It's not about debating with women. I understand what our sister is saying, and I agree with her. But the thing is that I think that all of us are saying the same thing. But the thing is, she did not join the conversation from the beginning, so she may have missed out, on what we've been talking about. We have issues. There's no doubt about it. We have our issues. Our point is that let us address our issues as Africans. Let us look for our own solutions to address our own issues. No one should come from anywhere and tell us what to do. No one should come from anywhere and use their own narratives as if that is the same narrative of the African woman, and then some of the things they are pushing, encouraging women, to have children out of wedlock, encouraging quote unquote independent women, women of valor. Is that the name they gave it? Women of valor?
Yeah, that's the women of valor. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yes. Women of valor and all those things. We know that in the long term, those are not things that are designed for the benefit of our women. They are designed to destroy and ruin the family structure. And as African people, we have great respect, and we attach so much importance to the family structure. So if you want to destroy us, we are struggling already. The only thing that is keeping us going is our family structure. Once you destroy our family structure, we are gone. That is why we say that we must have a pushback. And some of the narrative they are pushing about our women are not historically correct. Because if we have to put the two histories together, our history and their history, we will find out that to a large extent, our history as African people has favored women much more than their history as Europeans. Where the women cannot even... It's not even up to 100 years in some European countries that women were even allowed. Some countries, it was in the 60s and 50s, the women were allowed to vote in Europe. Whereas where I come from, the men cannot even go to war without the women giving the endorsement. The mothers have to be consulted, and only when the mothers agree can, in my own culture, in the southern part of Nigeria, only when the women agree can the men go to war. Where I come from, the women owns the child. The woman owns the child. If, God forbid, if I die today, my body will be taken to my mother's hometown for burial. That is my culture. Except my own children will go and beg my mother's family and pay bride price on my head so that my body can be taken to my father's side for burial. So when you look at our histories, the way our women have been treated historically is different from the way they treat their women. So when they push these narratives, what we are saying is that it is not so accurate, but that doesn't mean that there are no challenges. That doesn't mean that we don't have men who abuses women. That doesn't mean that we don't have African men who take advantage of women. We have issues that must be resolved, but we resolve those issues using our own terms and using our own solutions.
Okay,
Yeah.
so sister, any response?
Wow.
I feel like you're not hearing me out very well.
Okay.
Yes, I understand that, and this is going to be my last submission because I don't want to
All right.
derail the conversation, as I said.
Okay.
But to say that it's not as severe as others are making us feel it is just wrong. In Ghana, there's a village where they send old women who are accused of being witches or whatever, and they brutalize them, they beat them without any trial, without any like somebody can just accuse you of being a witch. I went to sleep at night. I dreamt that you were chasing me or something, and now you're a witch. People come, attack you, beat you up, send you to that village, and nobody advocates for you. There is this issue of female genital mutilation, which had to be stopped
But
by
are these
the
not the
government.
same? Are they not these things that the Western women have? Yet they are a problem for us. But are they not the very things that they have identified and they have bucketed as a problem of all of us? I understand there are some religious aspects. I understand there are some tribal issues in that. Those are really problems. But these are the very things that I see the white people try to highlight. It's not the same.
Like, even if white people didn't highlight that, why is that not a problem for us? Because
I'm not saying it's not a
example,
problem. I'm not saying it's not a problem. I'm saying it's a problem. Yes, of course. If you mutilate women, if you call them, you camp them somewhere, those are major issues. But I'm saying that they have highlighted those things, and they have never put any light on all the other good ways that we treat women. And so those things have they are just trying to equalize, to say that these Africans treat women badly, isn't it? And it seems like you are pointing out. I expected
issues without having to say that, oh, the white man has done this or the white man. If not, we will not get down to the actual problems, because I understand that we are operating as a people who have been oppressed. And so everything we try to tackle, because we are oppressed from the outside. So we are trying to liberate ourselves. So in attempting to liberate ourselves, anything that the whoever we perceive as the oppressor says is a problem, we are trying to push it away. But it might be a problem. It might be
I accept it's a problem. I will not say that it's not a problem. No, I will not write that. I will say that it's a problem. It's a major one. But I'm saying that those are the very things that they identified. Which other ones have you identified outside what they identified?
Women themselves have said that this is a problem, but they didn't. A lot of these women, because their systems that we have created as a people didn't give them an amplifying voice, and they grasped onto these NGOs and these international bodies that came to these villages and whatever to help them amplify their voices. Had they been listened to, they wouldn't have to turn to other people to address these issues. So instead of worrying about our outsiders, yes, we need to worry about them. Let us fix these grievances. Let us fix these unfair treatments against women, so that others don't use it as a stepping stone of the population. You cannot of the population and
okay. Your voice is not smooth, but I understand, and I wish we could have a program.
Mr. Darko, I want to tell my sister something. See, In every tree have a roots and branches. You see, sometimes we have been educated in a certain way that we use a general word to describe everything. My sister, with all due respect, sometimes when we are fighting a battle and we don't know what kind of fight that we want to battle, we always know be there. You see, when you say unfair treatment, we need to be specific. The moment we use a general word, unfair, Africans are treating women unfairly. This is what is happening in elsewhere. Which anytime they see African, they use this. Oh, you African treat women unfairly. You see, these are the things that we are saying that it is not like that. We might have our own challenge in a certain way, or in some places like what you are saying that in some part of Ghana they are doing this. If it's truly we are interested to solve that, and have you seen them putting energy to it? The so-called modern people, they never channel their energy to that, but they channel their energy which will give us more harm, give us more trouble, and one day they explain it to us. So here's the case that I think one day, please, we want to have a major discussion, fully reasoning with you and a lot of women. Now, one thing that our women have to also understand that, let me say, quote upon our modern women to understand that they shouldn't say men should give us opportunity. That way they should stop saying that. Men does not provide opportunity. A moment you see men does not allow us, it means that somebody is in control. This is where the narrative comes in that men are controlling women. One.
The system is being shown. They
your voice is not. We can't hear you. If maybe I don't know.
my life. You know, I'll just.
I think, my sister, try and join us, and we'll make sure we get a contact with you, and then you can send us a link as anything that we can talk to you, and then we will have a full discussion about things that I am not stronger than you, and you are not stronger than me. We are co-equal. I am not superior, and you are not superior. We are like, look at my fingers. It's the same as you and I. Without me, you are not there, and without you, I'm not functionable. So this is the thing that we need to understand, that it has been working for us from centuries. The example is go to our palaces and see how the chief and the queen operates there. This is the significance of ours. There's no way. That's why in Ashanti Proverbs, we're saying when it gets to serious matter, let's go to see the Abrewetia, the short woman. Why? If you think we disrespect women, if we think Africans disrespect women, why is it that when something gets serious, they said go back to the backyard and see the Abrewetia, the old woman? It means something. So we have never taken any narrative because the modern people are giving us challenge. The modern people are destroying things. So I wish Mr. Obeng Darko one day we have to have a conversation. We need to start talking to our women. Thank you, my sister. We will bring you here. I'll force and bring you here.
Let's hear if.
Are
you okay now?
Yeah, some people have joined us a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sister, are you okay?
Hello.
Yes. You are there.
I wanted to say something about the discussion regarding the woman submission on issue of people not being treated fairly. You see, I'm of the opinion that all these things, the advocacy, are all Western narrative. They are being it takes somebody who has lost their identity to speak against the people of Africa that we are not treating our people fairly. Have you forgotten what is happening in America? Are they treating their women fairly over there? Look at the policing system when they arrest Black women. Are they treating them well? And they have the gap. They're not. They conscientize our own people because they're educating us. The education, that's the effect of the education on us. And they were using our own people as an agent to come and break our family structure. Then you hear this woman saying there's no equality in African society. Do we have equality in America for women? Go to Alabama, Tennessee, Texas, and you want to talk about equality. I don't get it. It's everything is westernized. they have educated those. When you look at a lot of people that they say they are fighting, people talking about in Ghana, there are people they accuse them of witch and all those kind of stuffs. What do they know? Do they even live with us? The West is always painting us black. They are using everything to cripple us. How can you tell us that women don't have a say in the politics? Women don't have a say in, our political. Look at the family structure. I'm a typical account man. When my mom, it didn't take my mom only to give birth. But guess what? When I inherit from my mother's line, I don't inherit to my father's line. So would you also describe that situation as not equal?
Biased?
Is it not? Would you say it's biased in nature or something?
No.
But when it's about the men, then it's biased. But when it's about the women, it's not biased. We are disenfranchising them. We are sitting on their rights. We are not treating them fairly, and all those stuffs. Right now, I cannot inherit my dad's line unless my mom's line. I mean, you can be cool with your dad's family, but
You are
I
treating
100% belong to
your
my
dad badly.
That is treating my dad badly.
Yeah, but your dad is not complaining.
But my dad is not complaining. And Odehyeeba, when you look at all this agenda,
Because he's a man. He's a man.
I want to hear from
I describe this agenda as the Western
sister. What does she have to say on this?
Sister Arriba.
What are you talking about? Odehyeeba, look at the maltreatment the FBI is giving to people in America. When they arrest people, they call them terrorists. Do you know what kind of waterboarding that they are giving them? Putting sack on humans, and when they see a little things about Africa, then they put it on screen, CNN, BBC, and they want to talk everything down upon us.
People don't understand. They don't want to understand. They think everything is well.
Then we have our own people, because of they have lost their identity, because of they have been brainwashed with the Western education.
No, but our sister wants us to listen. Our sister wants us to hear the pain. She's saying that
from the women,
we are men, so we do understand what they deal with.
Yeah,
she has a point.
Fantastic, and we want to hear it, and then we want to assess them. But they is in life. They're saying that if you don't promote yourself, no one will promote you.
Okay,
it's women.
But there's another thing that I would want our sister to look at. We have maybe 50 million women. Many of these camps may not have up to maybe 1,000. But the Western media will come and capture that and say that this is how Ghanaians treat women. Growing up, my grandmother was very powerful. She had her own money. She had a whole farm. She was a trader. She caught a shot. Nobody controlled her money. Nobody controlled her time. If there was any problem that she had, it will come from marriage. But in terms of her occupation and money, and she had control over her children. If we call our family, my grandfather's side, I don't even know. But when they say I'm also for
yeah,
that's all. So the whole family is to her. That's how we say. So I think we have our challenges. I agree, but I think we have not.
And then, Mr. Obeng, I've been on the line for some time now, but I'm finding it difficult to speak because I keep asking myself, am I qualified to be here? You guys are really teaching us. Yeah.
Wow.
We are learning a lot, and in fact, I am impressed with the issue of what the lady is talking about. I understand her. In fact, I was the one that posted that when my dad was sick, his kids and mother and wife took care of him for over 15 years. I was actually in class 4.
Wow.
When he fell sick. Yeah. My mother stood in, took care of her, everything with her kids. Yeah. I completed university, worked, did my national service, worked for I think 2 years before he died. Yeah. So if you tell me to leave this kind of family system to adopt something you call westernized or what, then I kind of look back and then I'll tell you are insane. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Because my father would have been a dead goat 2 years after he fell sick. I would be in class 6 or class 5 by then.
Wow.
Yeah. But this structure that we had, this pillar, yeah, that our forefathers planted, yeah, took care of this family and took care of us. I finished university. I was able to finish university because of these grounds that we had, this foundation that we had. Yeah, and so we should learn. We have different perspectives to these issues because probably I think partly is because of the education we have. Yeah, you take control of the people when you take control of their mind. Feed them with the information you want, and you rule them for over 400 years.
Wow.
Yes. Right now, we have Ghanaians fighting for the white man. Yeah, they come in the form of pastors, what, even our leaders. Yeah, and so if they are protecting them, I am not worried at all. I'm not bothered. Yeah. Our family system, anything that will fight our family system is something that is going to kill us. It is worse than global warming. That is how I see it. So please let us protect it. It is very important. I know what it has done for me.
Wow.
Last time I was speaking to my mom, she's kind of interested in this Western stuff, traveling for work and stuff. I said, no, you can't raise family. For instance, in the United Kingdom, you give birth to a child, and by 17 years, he's not your child anymore. Visit him 1 or 2, 3 times in her home or his home, and he will tell you, Mommy, also hard no fear. Yes, but this does not happen and can never happen in Africa. When you are sick, you can even go and stay by your in-law or what, and he will take care of you as if you were his or her mom. Yeah, and so it is our protection. Africa hasn't developed till now because we have been in constant fight with outsiders.
Yeah,
and I feel that we are the strongest race on earth because looking at what we've been through over the years, over the centuries, and we are still alive. Imagine Europe were the ones that all the other parts of the world were attacking. They would have been wiped off, I tell you. But we are strong, and we are still trying to find our feet. We should respect that. We should appreciate that. Yeah. And so any attack that will wipe off our pillars, we should try and then also defend ourselves. That's and right. Then make sure we That's protect right. it.
Yeah.
I won't say much, but I'm saying my sister should look at things from other angles. Yeah. If you have 10 million positives and you have 3 negatives, I think your concentration should be on the positives and not the negatives. Yeah. I have this position that when you have a problem in a society or even a family, until the people decide to solve the problem within, no outsider can solve the problem for them. In Ghana, when you have a problem in the community and you rely on the police, they will never find a solution. But go to the chiefs, they know the people causing the problems. And they will find a solution. We are the trocosis system. What? If it is not solving, if the problem is not solving, it's because our people are not engaged. They are not the ones trying to find a solution. We are not the designers of the solution. Yeah, people from outside are pushing their agendas. That is why it is not being solved. If it is not being solved, because me, I haven't seen one before. I have lived in the village, went to the city, went to the university, and now I'm in the UK. I have never seen a female who has been mutilated, or a female who has been called a witch and then being camped somewhere elsewhere. I haven't seen that before. I've only heard or read about. Yeah. But that does not mean it does not exist. I don't think that that way. But even if it exists, I think the solution should come from us, not from someone elsewhere who does not respect anybody. Yesterday, I was walking somewhere in London, Roysley, and I saw this white guy. He had a backpack and a sack in his hand. While trying to cross the road, he fell. He dropped everything and then he fell. Not knowing the guy was drunk, I looked at him. I couldn't stand it. I went and then gave him a hand. Hello, do you mind giving you a hand to get on your feet? He did not mind me, and so I respected his pace and I went back. Others came. People came, and including his own people. They were taking videos of him, mocking him and stuff. I went and stood somewhere, and then I couldn't stand it. He tried and tried and tried. He couldn't get back on his feet. So I went back. I spoke to him, assured him that I was there to help him get back on his feet. I held his hands, and then he was back on his feet. I took him to the nearest bus stop, not knowing he was even going to the bus stop to get a bus. And so I got him there. I got him a seat, and then he was like, "Oh, my brother, you are human. Thank you very much. I love you." And this guy went into his pocket. His coins fell on the floor, I think 3 pounds or so, and then on the ground. So I went and then picked them, put them in his pocket. He saw it, and he said, "No, I like you. You are human. Thank you very much. You're a good person." He was all over me. And he went into his pocket, offered me 20 pounds or 10 pounds notes. I said, "No, I did this for free. I don't mean to charge you anything." I said, no, this is from me. I said, "No, I won't accept this money." I did not hand it. He put the money in my pocket and said, if I put it there, he will make sure he leaves the money there. He's not going to take it. You see, his own people abandoned him. If you want to find humanity, humanity is in Africa. And as I speak to you, there was nothing I could do. So the money has been in my pocket. I'm planning to add it to my charity fund. Yeah, it's here. I'm trying to add it to my charity fund. And at the end of the year, I have some people I'm trying to go and then help them. And this money is going to that coffers, So Africa should find a solution. We should solve the problems holistically. Yeah. We shouldn't leave others to come and then solve our problems. They can't solve the problem. They will come and compound it for us. In trying to solve our problems, they will even compound it. Yeah. And then women too, our women shouldn't listen to these people. They don't love them. How many women, soldiers in Ukraine war, have you seen in the videos and pictures who have died on the streets and all over? Men naturally are supposed to protect women. They should stop this fight. It's not good for them. We will protect you every now and then. If I'm standing with a woman and there's a gunshot, I will cover her.
No, they don't want you to say that. No, in elsewhere, in America, you can't say that because.
But it is natural. In Africa, no man will look at a woman to suffer injury or pain. No, it doesn't happen. That's at least from the part where I come from. Yeah. So they should stop this fight. We will protect them always. That is what God has made us. How God has made us. So please, it is not healthy. It is not a healthy one. This is worse than global warming. It will wipe up the race from this earth. Best say assassin. So we know mu pushing na woman of what? Valor. Woman of valor. Yes, Antoine wouldn't have fought for Asante-Man if she were educated by the Westerners. So she shouldn't even bother to use her picture. No. Yes, and to or no cause good said and another koyana and ka on come mass and mama no nya no picture cram.
Because ya danti because ya nya into sa. David.
I will leave you. Much pa. I'll be on the backstage to continue learning. I mean, Mr. Obeng.
Yes.
But me say, me bo Jimbia and I say, Mena.
Respect.
Thank you very much. God bless
Okay,
you.
yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I'll be backstage.
Yeah, that's it. And then wrap it up. Sister, so we'll
Sure.
begin as we try to wrap up, then we come to Kwame and
Maybe and my not
voice in why?
Oh, sister voice in him, ma. Oh, sister voice in him, ma. Oh.
MIA.
Oh, now sister Krati Tree now. To one year 2 year new to
this about oh yeah said. Oh, a voice in him, but we will love to have you some other time. We want to talk about some of these things as well.
There's a friend is say,
Kwame.
Mr. Obeng Darko.
Yes,
Me opinion is say, me I am in TSU say, Obruniti ni kuro. No, be catch us in treaty ni pay. No, my job, dear. Correct treatment on the man Afghanistan for Iraq. Jombe ye Saddam Hussein. Jombe ye Mohammed Gaddafi. Then ube catch them and say, you see, say education now, or more education in the influences on your man. Not me New York University, and any time they talk about gender and an issue, they be an issue. You come there and you talk about African marrying 2, 3, 4 wives. And I'm saying, but you are here, men are sleeping with men, but that one you don't talk about. That's abomination.
You are anti. You get another description. Anti.
Oh yeah, they call me I'm anti. I am against whatever.
Homophobic.
Me feel say lose your identity. Compared to Sania man.
Now, okay,
he nearly failed me in the class.
Oh, that's just unbelieving in fairness.
No. Just second to what they are saying. That's all. That's how we are challenged.
They are just tourists. They sit in their chair and write everything about Africa. And you be as an agent, yes, ye then you had to say popping, then we listen to them. Need this so. All these women they are talking about say why friend is say they stand for women because of its Western education. Because once no one kasa pese na kasa no wajira onu baby wo free ba. Na onu baby wo free ba, wo meye agency women under oppressed in African society. Wana na ka kire wo. Wo kwa hemfia na hema amanyo mo musi hema. Asemo ba me na ekua sala yakobo ekua sala man yen kekasi yakobo Obeng Darko amani o.
How about on the street? Do you think our women are treated fairly on the street?
Mr. Obeng Darko on say bibia enye pepepe. There might be problems somewhere. But the thing is women on the streets it depending on because on say who can say on who say oba financial literacy and for be vulnerable because background in finances enye enti no be vulnerable because say o maame ne o papa enum sika ho nimdi a Obeng Darko untumi am vulnerable so on the street. Enti sadie ni nyina nipa be vulnerable no ma ba be vulnerable ni nyina comes back to money sikasem ya. Enti Obeng Darko se wo family mu omunum sika ho nimdi a oba akotena street so okoye kaya yi. Obeba enkran street so wunya baby 90 no. Obehese be ye because entertain na woni no. Wonji wo ni. Baby a free ban wo hu say bibi anywhere be ye. I just want kwama no ne. Enti sa na ma we nyina na driving people on the street no. Because Odehyeeba me maame enum sika ho nimdie ena otutu sika ho akwan yie ena me ho nkyere me Odehyeeba me oba me ko street so.
No, the people they don't want to accept it and want to. We accept this,
no. No. Everything comes back to money. Financial problem.
Do you think that we prevent a woman from getting money?
No.
No way.
No way. Obinako me yira me ware no. He doesn't know money, but me ware no me church now he knows money. Me obi ye 3 pharmacy Kumasi no. She is in charge. Me wakra na me de boss no oba no no hwe 3 pharmacy ni so me ne nku sika ho da de bia beba no asisi scan pepepe we for her. She has been empowered.
It's a choice.
Obinako or sign check na either to sign me sign or sign call bar omo friend no omanyam na omo friend no omanyam omo friend no edu beka cham say you treat you omo fairly.
Well, there is but this is how I look at it. Me compare me to be there, but say otra obaso there. I don't know. So if I grew up with that today, I'd be. No. Some people may have challenges, but I think generally, you're bad, sir.
And Legend, the only say when there's a competition, that's where the trouble starts. Couple be a competition, they understand if their roles, they are going on.
Okay.
So the reason why I am my brain no more what the good family system are saying is say there's a competition with this kind of program. I can't answer no. It is a trust in the case, yeah, Rama, and maybe a beef modern where the beef will be over years. I never say man again. Any oh here a bit here rough because we can't see development. We will never see development. Sankomo yes, I know, Nankomam build a foundation. And can among Cassia by America, Besulala. Say Ghana, no African, you wouldn't say, Yantinia, direction here, say, agenda, direction, women, you never build it. Then I'm afraid
the foundation in that.
No way, never. Because time while you're doing business and now industrial, you're the fight now. We are going to fight each other. Bema who about enemy or who bemo an enemy. Who your sources energy view or ban and I say any progressive mindset to ban one. I come in, be a girlfriend, you best start here. You better now work on. No way, we can't work on. We are just going to fight. You'll be agenda. It's the only say we are not here to say or be and now I'll be about to be missing modern men and modern women and say my treaty failure, a modern for school and teaching by ye and you want one. And they shouldn't take it there. They didn't lame. You call school now, you be more than any year face challenge way no. School and will be because you call to more baby to be and no mini about you must have your call school yo. Because you more about
yes,
I don't almost no better much. Yan yes, it's almost say na near na ye, yan not ya say what ya, no one in it ya. You fear me, mammy, no, the animal goose or the papa, the amano, or a children, no, mammy, papa, berry.
There be said, oh, any problem, no. I don't know, so Beman be carrying now. Send the man who got as 0.
Me, mammy, and natural, yes, papa, natural for your mammy. Obama natural, not your ban, or by us, yes, inquires or conscience in your body. Dear, getting Obama never.
Sir.
So only you couldn't break one in a check or check the other.
We were for no
and only a modern world, modern lifestyle. So very modern lady, yeah, only see because we'll be a maker on person, one on an ending come up. Ghana, so on why a woman 80s in the beginning. I don't know have a lucky a family structure, one na busia ni di nkomo ye no kore one na na kwenti bo obi bebre oni ne na kore oni ni nkomo da ntina o malake oni ni family root konti ase e nkofo de free 80 ba no yes omo na ne ye hu omo modern it is adano ne me no ye na me wo China ne ye di nkomo bi say why educate and say one set a program about family na ma me kwa say me ya me set program about suit me interest it is ye nkofo na free 80 ba ni nyina wo de ya hwade enkwa ne free 80 ba ni nyina no ye nkofo bi educate ye na ema e kire de yenye ti ye bi hevu so mpepepe eno so na e sa clash na ba no eti mimi tuwa mimi nim se me oba eye me no oba nyina ye nsa bonku ni nifanie nti ese ye sha adwene na baba oba de se ma ko
asema okay omo free 80 ba no ene de wo kire ye nei ene awareja ye himfa ne ehia
I no ntina say na mfasa I no ntina ma awareja na ye mo
okay
ma awareja na because you brought up no from 80s ni ba no obi kwa one na nakro nim no ne na nakro ba ifo ma no oni sense of say me ko tia sem bia fimi na na say ni because ongo na ni abie won say na ni ate wo modern world but on ti ba bia o free na say any we so on say me tam ye jani petrol be she bia understand they will going to be explode
enye say na intimi sisi ma no ntina ma na ni ate a wareja no koso
no be nsisi oba no ba di ni le ba di ni obi nsisi oba o wiase dabi I no say on say ko fa board ye kasa na ni kwadu a problem
obi say so ko fa the ọkụ school a usisi na the beko court the onko school the beko antenna ho
Nina ko fotogu gu kwanse krom omunyina ya busiafo no
but onye sure say so oba ọkụ school pa do ska esenti ase na different kakra
nti ase no e fa ba bi ye negative e fa ba bi so ye positive oba ọkụ school o di onko school because school na ye kan no e thoughts e ideology wakosua nti unya kosua sa ideology no a there's no way so obeti ase o ba bia na wo no udin say wa fly I'm on top I'm on the eagle on the sky but still we there
enti me ba o
so udidi nko abesi form eagle no si form
okay we there kwame so we mo ni nkomo me ba me ko ya dia ba sisi
Mr. Obeng Darko
enti we there mo to aso me
Mr. Obeng Darko
Kwame kasa
Obeng Darko ya na ka say wo hwe ya lawyer fo omu ko mu school no mu wie na omu wie omu law school ya no mada ne broni no enye bia no enti sa brofo ti because school na ye koi eme igwe wo school ni wie a ono so ada ne broni enti wo fi say bibia no oye because conscientization no adwene e di ama on bibia enye ya catch us be everything about Africa enye bibia no we ye krom eye nti say oba no so fi say ono kra no wa ne be ma na ko betimi awo na se bi ye de ye nkola ye wo 90s mu enti en katete no 70s ni 60s ni 50s ni 49 ho no na oba ye African society especially Ghana na betimi aka say o yo ba nko abetimi awo
o meka se ye ni ntie o meka se na na ni ntie nkurasefo ye civilized
ye na ni ntie no mu ye
civilized na ni ne ye civilized na ni ne
say Odehyeeba the thing is say education system na think ye twene nyina egu
omunye bi na de ba omunti ase
because am I lose your value as an individual you lose your bibia you nim you baby you feel ba ya yira
okoka be ka say education so called education ma hotel bro nya na oka bro no the education bro for the
Odehyeeba bro for e wache
kama mo
for e wache
because school ntina me be ka bro for the anka me mo papa
adwene nya adwumenti adenti ni yakọ school ye wo graduate be unemployed graduate be 200,000
results in the go on to say ko school papa results in the go on the whole continent results
in ya sana ho ne nkofo ya san ba no ma bebie ye wo Cambridge school ye use Cambridge international curriculum you use American curriculum na people are paying $4,000 $5,000 a term for this education Odehyeeba me says kan ba ko to wa achi edi and I'm back on Tom Ponchanya.
Ade. Oba unim the course we are say obeti obehu ha obesi structure odo obe glass how type of education system. Education a simple word and obi adwen a wose bra besua bi enti me kosua de ne moa me a na se masay enti ne da bia me de akiri. Ene ene ya say enti so ne ene.
Me te Ghana say me kosua American curriculum. Because you have British curriculum. And me who me say, or this be nipa bi a obetimi atranse adwen say so bakosua American, British or German curriculum. Na or this will lose self identity. Who nu baby a wo feel. Why yira?
Results in the go no. And the results in the go no. Because you won crofo a egitu mu say ye kosua nim de ne yanka say ye kosua nim de a ye pese ye bi ye buti say obi no. Eno results in China ne Japan ne Korea ne Singapore almost in the go no. Iti say antias ye hu the distinction na ye say there tibo nko so ye be call ye be du o machi saa ene this is the result nti ye wi no masa ma agenda ye kan was no be fa the so called elite modern women and men no ma pesi wo no masa destroy more say ye ko kana no so mo ntias ya now ye nua ba no am say the arrival I think say sa gender parity ne equality no enye bibia ba be bo ba bia na be bia take bibi na me enye hwe the only thing say the tokwa na be ba ni nyina ne say oba hunu so yo ba na be ma hunu so e be ma ene say e sorry free gender parity and equality no ena me ni interest be ma bia ni wo wadwen papa o interest ye nka oba nche be ma bia ni ho but situation ne say obi na e be kire say de obe o oba o kire say de na nim so yo oba na be ma no eno ho asem ne ye ka say ye ma ne bebre hu o mo so mo ye ma o ohunu so feel masculine kase me ye mo say me ye be ma david ye oba di ulem so di ulem a the so we be obey no man ayo fe so ba pepepe enti one thing I na me can say men trusting kase men man opportunity mo ya sa pe na say sie ni be koso e men man timi en opportunity o mo opportunity ado mo na bo wi ase no mo kase me oba na oba e can say men man opportunity this is a challenge you face
ni na ye western ideas a western ideas ma was me gender activist na enka that gender activist na wa hefa
na o hwe wo mo wi so no mo dwane akoware ma me bia wo say me twen say na na ba so mo makoka mi so mbeba for attack but you be exposed to the sense that lady be early 2005 coming not say ya almost say oh me nya oba na ene wakoware pa wo hene bia no obi aware no not the say ya yenim de yakapa but o de ye twen wo mo and mo yesa bo aga na ni bi say ampase timi okon esire mu a ba bia which camp say clearly what they say ate and the woman say a man who challenge a man or yemi no man the arrival as a some we have fight the right course some pass a man and maybe because mo pinpoint say we ade we enye ba mo make a general statement mo obi trimu nya ne dem kasa ne sa na tie de ne yentu mo mfra bia mo tie ase bia yina ma ye cha no say sire ade we nye besin ne adenti na ma egu sire no mo ma ko school am ko so nya sa se mo ntimi nyi mfre ho e kire se obi interest e hu hia wo mo na wo ade hu hia wa wo ka se be ma be fa se no hu hia no oh nti ye nua no ma no ye de wie ye ma me mo ne na nam se tie ye mpa wo ba bia be ma bia no wo ka bo ba hye ba se nkofo yi ba be kire mu pa be dane ade na amra modern men modern nkofo ye modern fo ya na e koso ha mo no de ye ma mo kwa mo mfa be e generalize no mfa kire ye na no ye nyina ye nti ase ye be kire nti ye pay say ye conversation no this is the time for a Ghanaian youth and African youth to have a conversation to talk about things that will feel say we confused. Definitely we will have a conclusion. And Kwame, things will be able to chat to
na Odehyeeba na ye be dey conclusion on this say first of all no audience na 18 majority na nkasa no wayira o sum uni han onti ase nti obede no wate wase so won because nipa na obeti message no ono na dwen nyina ye ne say ohia equality women in treating ye he has been westernized into the pa na waka kire na obeti but these are the people or this year go and look at the divorce rate in America and the UK no me country dey e Ghana
kra America dey tie ware 1 week no much contract is a contract
say only wo family wo ho na say wo bo akokora na yesumu na ye de wakoto
yes obi amfa
Texas papa bi ye de no koto home care all because of you western culture and you Odehyeeba by ye papa no mo wofi no ye omubongo kra piam koto se omunkoto eh
onam street na wo shia Ghanaian old man onam kroma pa na wo sa enti say na ada idea ni no say ko shia ba ko bi but na what na kroma na papa wa life wo nyina e ba sa no na dai dia kwa na oje na wo shia Ghana for na Africa for penifo lipa wo kroma it will shock you sa dia na oje and until wo try just a try for 1k or try for 1k nti
so Odehyeeba wa na aka also omuye adwuma na no bonko kra na do masi wheelchair mu
we papa obedru fie no na ye de hwi na de no bekomo when dey fact
no abetna community no or my instruction
de no machine na wa ye ne de ne man ko yi nti se akubetu kwa pa na obe yesi nti we ni akwantu edi a na ye was sembo no po pa obe na go
tam but say obi anka na last word say yeah obana my fire also na yenya adwe into the democracy
I know na yeti ase na yeti na senti yes all the neba na yeti na se yeti na se pa yes all the neba na on try problem
o see a skill no ye kai there but onim say problems so
problems na see nim but omo so solve ye omo ankasa ni ntimi solve ye omo ankasa na omo solve omo nya omo adwen eti eno na yasem no nti you dey fa ne bra ene ne nyina ye buku no for one-on-one discussion ye have your reasoning na ye nkyere ne manu say Africa ni ba ma bie no wota oba ene na onye papa
this about also Genevieve Kuyen was it Mr. Obeng some men prevent women from getting money for themselves because they are women especially those who come from the northern part. It's also sometimes it could be I don't know. So sometimes maybe it's the culture.
As so mu betray mu say we nya so mu kire mu na yen ko generalization no na high o kire mu say na me pese me yese na be ma we say wonye say and through education no enkora na ba no obeti ase say no you don't need to do this but you can say you to war nobody will solve us. Americans will never come to solve neither Chinese or Russians young responsibilities that we need to talk about ourselves. And we need to talk about it. It's my sister. We are going to have a serious conversation. Genevieve, make a date with us. We'll contact you and we'll have a discussion and we need to learn based on evidences around the world. And never see yourself
say, your Bema Intino not just a power of so there a problem. A
weakness of
different.
Do that.
After all, somebody who is designed to carry life. It's different. They carry life, human life in the whole system for 9 months. It's a whole different thing.
That's right.
You know, so
you value your man, you value your man.
It takes a lot of understanding. It takes a lot of effort. I think it's a whole lifetime work. So especially say my fair now the best bukata ne bugana enye adwuma but one day no so all the bukata na be adwuma
and the ukra dey so say am won say I bro adwen so na asisi na dey say adwen na adwuma bibia no ye wo flow sa adwen na adwuma flow simple but and also one of the issues I won't say na me kase me say and say ye man say true no say and say ye kase be man na more provide opportunity am ba e say na dey asisi ni ba no because we are all born the same thing and why didn't I say be man na provide opportunity more ba e ba say asisi ni ba more
it's not because me man na dey animu ache ana
any opportunity will provide am e kira say it's a life obi na kwa bi kan and wo ni nsua no and some complaints of being that can't watch them at so me.
That's all here politics, President Ghana, you know, Baba go grandma mo.
I don't know, and you'll be honest, more Babiama. And see at one point, I say, you might become no more Ghana, you can want them. Obiano what's not Ghana, catch us more baby, my president. The only thing is say, now, now we need to start encouraging themselves. So, who's bear politics, we are baby, who's a dimbo, I won't mean your politics. Responsibility taking a high risk taking a won't mean a politician. It
would defining politics
and send your policy in free Ghana to baby finish on it here.
Mr. Obeng Darko, one of pushes agenda no one chrome one cry mahina be president.
Okay.
Look at even their core system, the US core system, a mahina one core system. But they want
but they are patriarchal society. Omo pushi mema. Omo no what they have even Bible mu cry. Yes, omo kind nipa no man kind ma. Na the same Bible no say or say no batna warrior. Sebe sa time na yen kind ma no. They say no this science no person and men no near grad the kind man that. They say now this science and any obana betram and ebedin kakra na.
Yeah.
Because I'm not kind ma the obana and normal be go for ma hono. Sebe a bet touch kakra.
Yeah, I mean yakra.
Yeah, kind man. They say now person also preach the etra man so no. Anyway.
A friend say the so-called celebrities or from who slay queens near there. This also not TV so okay. Can say on your pebema wa Bob Bryant man say bema entry 2 year then I open bema or Bobra. Say bema can we share open bema BB one and seven.
But is it wrong?
Nah, Mr. Obeng wrong with the idea. I catch him say bema entry a may. It is a movie a moment treaty may ye the other now or ban not TV so I open so yes slave queen sleeping a man a base sleeping.
Only cash, and that's what you man. Madam,
So, Mr. Obeng Pa.
Maybe so a question.
Unikasha. There be some me speaking from the point of view, say a man seeing a man entry to ye. So, and these are all the same men a man almost a year. You know, was say be a pebema or a friend is a same wobi. It is a bema and same wobi no treat you yet and our corner one also in same wobi into and as a you can be on your own. So on the matron, what if ye will say or baby a person be so baby a person or wire person or pebema BB one and seven. And maybe ye treat him we had an abe pebema ye BB one and seven.
And think up the him be.
Yen 2 years now be entry 2 years the any call baby.
I think say you need make a point about my for an example. But also we see to media for so called veto powers and my year underdeveloped say a beggar has no choice. And I think it's about time where we need to start raising our case to say they are not opportunity takers from men. Now, but America for Ghana for ye. Say we go there to beg them as what they tell her. Did they treat us well?
No.
But China for treat a year.
Daddy.
Okay. It's a moment here. About against me compare Bema be one on. But the one who know fight. For example, Ghana for a democracy from the British and Americans. But the one who know right now, we should take it. It does not mean say any penny and behaviors and I can't be behaviors.
Because Obano Pekuna Odehyeeba, Obano Kwabena Obeng Darko, Obano Pekuna Uncle Father Hibi.
Pekuna, say Kuna opening your Bema was can one year. I don't know. I'm Fadia officer will not
back of Kwekwe to Kwekwe, Debbie be.
Hey, Zanate.
I get away, me banty. Maybe Copesica no ban the own Pesica now on Casa Minescano about Wabana. Obana, if you want to bet them say, Mimi control na.
I told you sure say. So Obama entimi hu ye oye wo wiase a na onya results wa. Onim no ho saa o.
Onya ready crown to Obana no kofa na ye wo case obi amfa ho ye wo case.
And he said so ope it's not so much a japade no but the fact say otimi hu kakra no. One of it is the proof that why you be
vice versa to Obama so Obama sorry when you're ready from say obini be move.
Okay.
Also you been say nima bia say so I mean be the kind of place say ye eno me baba me man ntan say onye more onye product one chance be ma bi na be yi me nya sa de no because baby ye do no baby head so two buff so one can be maybe a why ye but everybody and then you fan court na sorry the na so function nkom Because baby I do know bonku dwane ni fa ni fa dwane bonku what are you bringing on board? There now the back table no so.
Intidiana okay intidiana obema ne deba dia no ba ne deba.
Dia na be man so deba wo no wan kasa wo nim dia wo specs a wo pay ni bias miss me the specs. And then your friend chemistry no. 80 specs no dia en fa wo bia make wo ni kwatre kwa wo ni wi na ma ba ni west.
Enye mo na mo se obema na wo so hwe na busuya.
Oh, now me but I sikani the ye wo ba wo sika be mo sika no ma ware nti wo be ma na hwefie so obi ma na hwefie and that
we are American we are American
be ma hwefie does not mean say ma oba mo bra on say ye o marketing na to say oba mo bra oba enye sika e dey talk about say oba ye sikani be ma ye sikani yet you bet me aware ma be ma you do your own responsibilities no oba so perform na dey but here is the case that your system no nin ko bi trust say ma oba de oba nya sika enye yie no me so me ase oba nya sika yie that's right sika yie yet only be ma aware that does not mean be man providing the responsibilities it doesn't work like that so me philosophy no
I think that the best form of empowerment is financial empowerment.
Exactly.
So oba no ankasa etimi make sika so na obema no it within a year. That's because most people, particularly women, will not take up with a lot of difficulty or a lot of troubles if they have money.
That's right. And the one thing is to say, for instance, Mr. Odakwe, show me ko ware oba me ko business or ideas. Me am to say yes, nipa we ideas dey fantastic. Me dey can we can move on. One and any is oba no. But another lady me call one day the answer was where moti ebi otu akotana da so odi nkoma and superstition and near man yankwa but just how man be no me the na be professor na bobobra
said the bobobra
the why ideas now why am I so person otu mpon no and there's nothing stops Oba to think. There's nothing that stops Oba to think. It's same as mom very much one also one e ono ani jejereje Oba so also one and yeah or you jejereje and we need to tell them the truth because they are human. We are human beings. There's no way.
Says yeah, oh baba, so they go school. Into obi one try fie. Asemo. Obi say ono ya be ma be wa into no.
Me too for class one day we di soon e be fie. Me promise me che honkom. We di soon be fie. We di soon be fie.
Ade.
Because yes, I could say a housewife, and I said did another any soon and I'm watching soon in that. But I said, oh, sorry, Bemani, winning an econo mokoba, winning activity, more share equal responsibility to Obani and the Bemani, the supporting base will be a supporting young. And then the dear bank, you buy in other trans and you calculations in the year. Now, with your Beman and Kwabena on other trans, no any calculations. Now, what you them at or to one or his never been a microphone as a only productive. But one kind of no pretend it mean to me, Baba for say, and do cost school, I be more productivity. Beman about would say who stumble you or value. But about trans and now cast own too, but my banning productive. I don't the day no one be complaining saying go be control.
This about when you come, monkey cabo na yako cabo no dos.
Ya si ya binti ya me da tiefo nyina se. Ya ha tu ya facha ye.
Me so me da. Ya facha me. Ade ende nyina no se sika ni nyina ye sika asem ya wo ni financial information and a deep problem sa I'm being disenfranchised me nye equal ni sa ni mani nyina e sika ho nimdie. Will be a problem be will be a thing nyina esika ho nimdie wo sika won osika ni bi abo ne be yida
hiafo de no a
enye hiafo na de bi abo mba yi what is ya bo Kwame despite ma me be yida
emfa
ana ye de ne koto gambaga
emfa
what is so for is upon mo Kennedy Japan mo ma me kufu ado mo ma me no ye de yakọ ye de omko gambaga
emfa
ohia Unum sika unim dia edini men susu aso no so. It is as anyema na pile up no because say baby
here na ma sa no mane ba nya sa.
Here na ba me so the na ho na Dr. Kwame Chemo no otumfo osedudu maame ye bone bayi ye ne ba ko to gambaga.
Odi agro.
Baby,
empowerment na nkasa financial.
Yeah, and empowerment so bank ye loud na gege no onye toxic club and empowerment. No, obi obekasa bia ompe wi your bad respect to any empowerment and say obey loud nice David no.
Me so be na ko na ope be me. Uni empower and normally no problem na ebe ni nyina say obi treat obi bad ni sa na ni nyina fi sa financial problem ni si ni nyina okopa na wo kan no. It is unim sika unim dia me so be ehian a o cancel fun ehian na wo anointing oil ehian na aye fasting.
Hey.
For example, mom aye fasting.
Over.
I'm about to see.
We the person za ko pengu to kama yen koda. Ise maka ntoka ba ko. Maka man to ba.
Na me so be na ko. Well, how many times na hu Dr. Kwame Chemo Ibrahim Mahama money ade no omo kompa e boso omo kwaji oil.
Kwame gina lenim impa ni free.
Won say John Mahama mo ma me no omo ya bo mo be yi o northern region o. Na you here. Na say here wa obeda kofi obeda ko a friend say omampani kufuo mu anakojo ba redu mu ni ade mu fie say o maame ya be fu ntu ko bompa ya ma. Wo yen show mu asika wo mu nsem wo krom ha sei. Nemu ye aka na ye hia ye maame no ekua salam nom ne efie ntwa mo nom ne hwan enum ansam no. Omna de bi e bomba yi because financial nimbi ne ni ho adwene nya adwuma ye koje oyo obi sika wanya sunsun bi na hyase
awe koda wochira solution that work out empowerment is kase unya sika oba bi adu ha osika okromu ha eze ozini kurata so
ni kurata ndo so
oro shikiri ho azo be man wana beko
shit oh ya mama mutie tontima ntima stop me mama ntima shop near there we just work as papa wono me papa no kra na be no as a matter
of fact, community be a man or power or muska.
Yeah.
A man who is scared there's freedom, I mean.
Yeah, Bama be a man, Bama don't go for opportunity to wear wine.
Of course, boss says is because who compare you, man. Now, how could a business a boss way?
Over there.
Boss man, I meant
yeah, I know that young can you man in Tias say, Oba, yes, so. And nothing can bear master bear mamma, there be the baby, you know. Yeah, we need to be dynamic. We need to change the gear. So that's here. Now transfer obi be kun to kwa ma so obi be sisi na ukuna da pade kwaje no we failure. Let's start to build our women in different perspective, not perspective of say your cochiche divide and rule tactics. No mun kokun. No, nana ba na mo won papa be teach them, use the media to teach them how to build themselves in terms of creativity. And yeah, right. Almost say your boy between that and be man or be oba wa na fa oba and then Ghana terms oh menene we na fa akoda no the academy mfa
no this eba oba no akola no o na obawi ana ezika ubedi fa na obetina obeda wo hifa enti odise ba sense ma ye kan nyina me de me kan no ka omo se mani bris me si ni nyina ezika asema
wow now the when you am risika asem ka won tena wi ase eni okun
na se slay queen for ska no mo kopiana yan twas gochna
abani baba koda
baba mi so me